What is all this tomfoolery? Dear Lord. Has it really come to this? Getting ready. $7,000 BCE, huh? I don't know if I buy it. Welcome to the art stream. We're doing pixel art today. And I am still recovering from a sickness. But I am here. Happy New Year. And hello. Oh, we have so much to do. Never any time. Why is it like this? Why? You think there's a voice coming from the bonfire? No, it's me. It's me. And I've got a hat on today. I'm trying to stay warm. I'm trying to stay nice and cozy so that I get better faster. But we're going to be working. I've done some work on the background here. You can see some of these trees have detail now. And same with the bushes. So we're going to continue adding bark and leaf definition and bringing this forest to life. Hence the Bob Ross. Yeah, the tree is massive. It's the big one. It's the big one. So yeah, that's what we're doing today. I think where I ended off yesterday when I was working, I was just watching horror films and working on my iPad. Trying to get better. You can probably still hear it in my voice. I got a little bit of a cold. But I was mainly working on this layer a lot. And this layer I did get started on. So yeah. The battle begins. Yeah, we got a lot of work to do. I did actually make a lot of progress on the code side as well. And so we might actually do some touch up on the code. Let me see, I think I'm all pulled. Maybe not. Here, I'll show you guys what I did so far. Enter the Chrono Trigger music. It's business time. That's right. We're getting down to business. I'm doing a quick build of the game, and I'll show you. I made a decent amount of progress on the deck builder interface. Basically, it's the bones are there, and there was definitely some bugs I had to get rid of as well. Projectile pausing after pause. If the timers don't resume. I got to refine the barricade art. And then I have like the infrastructure for like the cards to play. Like area of effect. But let's see, let's build. And we're just going to get into this. I think I'm just going to start with getting the leaves fleshed out. So all these leaves. Oh, here we go. So I don't have any of the new like art in yet that I've been working on here. But so the card system, we got cards that come in. We got a roll over here. That looks nice. And then we select it. Now the card goes into the center. And then when we get additional cards, they collect in the center, and they move around as they need to adjust. And then as you play a card, the cards will adjust so that they're always like centered like that. So that's just kind of the infrastructure right now. And they don't currently do anything, but they will soon. I put in a lot of database tables or columns into the card table, and I got a lot of that parsing in, but I don't have it fully fleshed out. So the AOE system is like almost, it's the infrastructure's there, but that's something I will be moving forward on this week, probably this weekend. But yeah, Happy New Year, guys. I hope you had a good New Year situation. I've just been working on game. Trying to make steady progress. And yeah, we're gonna be painting. Some of these are on separate layers because there's a little bit of overlap. Oh, that's the moss. Moss. Oliverius, hello, Happy New Year. And also hello to Reawaken Games, who got first today, and Cave, who's been here since 7000 BCE. Sorry I didn't say hello to you guys directly sooner. But yeah, I feel like I'm getting back in the swing of things. Yeah. I'm feeling better. I think I'm pretty much healed from my cold, but it's that residual like after time where I'm still a little under the weather. Like it sounds like I'm under the weather, but I feel good. Like today I went to the store, picked up some new groceries and stuff, so I'm like pretty much good to go. I got resources. I got a new calendar. You guys get your new calendars? I sadly didn't make my goal of getting the Steam page live before the end of the year, but I feel like I could honestly probably do it at any time. I really should get on top of it, but I got sick, so I kind of took it easy. Didn't really do a lot for the new year. Just try to get better, and I kept working on stuff. Always making progress. But I'm pretty much there. Like, I should just submit the app for approval. I think I'd be like able to do it. I just don't know that I'd want to make it public yet. Because I was thinking I don't want to make the app public until there's a trailer. So I'm trying to get all the assets together to do that. But since I remade this background, it's kind of pushed things back. So that's why we're doing a big focus on this today, because this is what we need to do. This is what needs to happen. We need to get this background up and running. Let's get the hell out of this scope creep hole that I'm in and just get like refocused. I've been making to-do lists smaller and more itemized, and I found it's made it a little easier. You know, when you have like a million goals and you just make a to-do list, but each to-do is too big. You're like, I want to get this done, but it's like actually its own 20 line to-do list, and it's unto itself. Like, that's how I tend to make to-do lists. They're always like big picture to-do lists. I'm like, no, I gotta make the blow by blow, the step by step, and just like get these things done that I need to get done. But yeah, it's a new year. I don't even need New Year's resolutions because I already have my goals. The usual: get healthy, get game done. The only thing that I feel like I'm severely lacking on is posting shorts on TikTok, because that's about to like close down in America. So I don't know how much time, and I haven't posted in like over a month. So I need to try to take advantage at least a little bit, as best I can. Ba-da-ba-dum, ba-da-ba-dum. But yeah, I did not stream on Monday because I was sick. I posted in the Discord saying that I was sick. So if you ever are coming to stream and wondering where I am and you're not in the Discord, you should join the Discord so that you can find out what's going on. Because I usually spill the beans on whether or not I'm going to be streaming in the Discord. But I feel like I'm going to be able to get back in the swing of things. So I should be back with Monday, Wednesday, and Friday schedule. And I'm going to see if I can't get myself back into making some shorts. I have like a bunch of short ideas. So I need to get on that. But yeah, yesterday and the day before, I've been basically on a horror film marathon as I've been trying to heal up. And I got caught up on like a lot of horror films that are like really freaking good. I finally got around to watching The Substance. It's a Demi Moore. Very good, very good. I feel like it's like the same vibe as Smile 2 in a way. And I gotta say that Smile 2, I liked Smile 2 a lot more than The Substance, but a lot of people are saying Substance is like the best horror film of the year, of last year. And I see why. Like, it's very good, very enjoyable. I think I just prefer a little bit more of a supernatural element over being your own worst enemy. Like this, it was like pure like science horror and The Substance, you know. You watched Idiocracy? Pretty horrifying. Was it because it wasn't meant to be prophetic? I think it's easy to see the world through that lens that you know, we give idiots power all the time. And it's mainly because we don't want to deal with it ourselves. We're always picking the lesser evil, right? The available options. And it's just like, is what it is. It does feel like the American empire is on like the downward spiral, for sure. Can't be on top forever. And who knew that the downfall would be all of us just like withdrawing from each other and not wanting to have babies. But it's like, seems like a worldwide problem, honestly. It doesn't seem like it's exclusive to here. But it's so true that like you need to be building towards something in order to see like, to have like a thriving country. People have to have the feeling that they can build towards something for real and not feel like everything is monetized and that like you don't have like a lot of, you know, freedom and whatever. All I know is that I'm not happy unless I'm building something, and I'd rather like go out on a limb and try to succeed on my own making games or fail trying than to just go and work for somebody again. I think I owe it to myself to try and make my own future. I've done it in the past, not with game dev per se. I was watching Hilltop's stream, I think yesterday, and he was, you know, he's a concept artist, worked in AAA, now he's making his game Long Gone. Very attractive looking game. I found him on TikTok just as he was starting to stream on Twitch, and really nice guy. And he was just saying the bold truth that all of us devs need to hear, which is you're not really officially a game dev until you finish a game. So by that logic, I'm not officially a game dev, at least for C++. Although I did spend 10 years as a Flash developer, and I made countless mini games. So in a way, I feel like I've awoken my inner game dev. But as long as you're making games, you don't mind where I work. But I'm saying that as a student right now. Hey man, sometimes you just want to get in there and be around a lot of talented people and be a part of a big mechanism, building something that's like so much bigger than yourself. I think that's really cool too. I've just always worked for mom and pops, small business. I've always run my own small businesses. So it's just, it's like in my DNA, you know, I picked it up from my dad. Like he always like ran his own businesses too. And it's just, I don't know, like it's this weird thing.
Come on.
Josh Nerd, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. That's where you're at. You'd rather be responsible for my failure than at the mercy of a company. Yeah, I feel that. Oh, Hillfort. Doing insane with his project. Yeah, he as a concept artist, I think he's like really understands how to key in on what's appealing. And it's admirable. It's very good. And it's obviously not his first game. So he's wise and experienced, and it's cool. Definitely a good resource for everyone and a good inspiration. So I recommend checking him out because he's just starting to stream out. And he's already like starting to blow up. You don't think C++ part is as important? I agree. I made enough games that it's like the only thing that's really new for me is making all the design decisions myself. I mean, functionally, I've made design decisions over the years. You know, like I'll be given like files from the graphic designers or whatever, and just be like, "There's problems with this." You know, like I'll either fix it or you guys need to fix it. Like I've dealt with it. I've implemented graphics time and time again. But to be the person that's just solely trying to unearth the appeal, you know, find what's marketable, find what is immersive, is tricky. And then you hear stuff from like, I hear from Thor on Pirate Software recently. He's just like, it doesn't even matter how good your graphics look. It's just whether or not your game is fun. And that was interesting because I'm just like, I know that's true, but I also know that like, you have to have the right vibe check. So like, even if you don't have the best of the best art, it still has to pass like a vibe check. Like you have to be able to vibe with it to tell the story that you're trying to tell. And that's what I'm trying to do. And it has to be good enough that people like want to throw it a like on social media, or there has to be a level of it being put together. But I think it's a smart thing to say to like, you know, an audience of game devs who are struggling to become creative and artists themselves, and to inspire them to just get out of their own way and just figure it out. But I also think it's true though. Like sometimes you can just play a game that doesn't even have to look that great. It's a great game, you know? It's like a decade into the industry. You worked with multiple startups for a long time, and you've been burned enough that you've learned you can't depend on stable jobs. You think to a certain extent that's true. Love that idea of everything you're doing. Recently barely dived into graphic programs. Wondering whether to use something like STL or GLFW. Basically, Josh, like I think you can learn whatever. Basically, gets out of your own way. You know, learn the thing that you want to go with. I went with SDL2 because a lot of notable games used it, and I liked the idea that you're just kind of building your own thing. And the only downside is that there's not a lot of documentation. And so, but that didn't scare me. because I figured I have enough like experience building Flash games, which I did for, you know, 10 years. So it's like I have like you know what? I'm going to combine these layers. I have like enough of an instinct of like, I know what I need to be doing, how things need to be built. And let's see, let's add to this selection the rest of this. All right. So it's like, I know what questions need answering, so I'm like, just went with it. SDL does have some weird idiosyncrasies though. I'd say one of the biggest idiosyncrasies is the full screen flag. Basically, when you create a texture from a surface, especially if you do like the read pixel and create texture from that, like a sub texture from other textures, but even just mainly like if you save a texture straight on and then you go to full screen, it's flagged as something that needs to be like redrawn, and so it'll dump your textures, and so you have to find a way to like to deal with that so that when you go to full screen it doesn't just destroy them. And basically you have to save the texture without it saving that flag saying that it's like something that needs to be undone when you go to full screen. That was like one of the weirdest things that I was dealing with. There's just some weird stuff. And like even masking, I need to try to get back into masking because I was gonna experiment a little bit with creating a mask effect for when the card is dissolving potentially. Because right now I just have kind of a temporary animation for when you like play a card, but I want to do more to like animate it dynamically, which I think will involve some like dynamic masking. But for now, I just got something in so that it's functional, and then I'm just moving forward, trying to get other much more significant things implemented, and just not worrying about that. It's sort of minutia, VFX, you know. You can always like step in and improve visual effects, and just, you know, that's like a nice icing on top of what you have, but you want to make sure and have like some actual meat to your project before then. It's an artistic thing. There's a difference between my game is lo-fi versus my art is incoherent shit, and I don't care. That's the thing though, is even if your art is like incoherent garbage, you could still be like wholly focused on functionality. I mean, come on, Dwarf Fortress. That's the greatest example of that. They just went deeper and deeper, committing to making things like interact. Like there was just such levels of functionality. Like there's like I remember hearing, like when I was watching a documentary for Dwarf Fortress, it was like there's this tavern, and if the cats like drink the beer that's fallen on the floor of the tavern or something, they get drunk. And like just like basically everything has some sort of like logic, which is ridiculous, and they've been developing it for like over 20 years. So it's just like this copious amount of functionality, and the graphics are kind of like basic, but then they eventually just, you know, got an artist in there, and it didn't take much to like pretty it up. But that functionality is what makes it fun. They have like a pretty dedicated core, you know, player base. Appreciate the advice. I think STL is the way. Will give me enough to keep me moving. SDL expose, let me see, control satisfies me. SDL expose a lot of the OpenGL parts, or does it abstract a lot of, well, that's kind of like cross-platform stuff. Like when you're importing an image and then you create textures and surfaces and all that, it's behind the scenes, like deciding if it's using OpenGL or DirectX or whatever your operating system would use. And so you can directly force it to use OpenGL, and like you can be directly doing certain things with OpenGL. But I personally haven't ventured into that realm. I think I tried once to try to make like an OpenGL thing with SDL, but then I just kind of backed out because I was too intimidated by it at the time. And I think I'd be like, okay, checking it out now, but I'm like already happy with how it's working now. So I haven't really gone back. I haven't really created a lot of shaders and stuff. All of my effects are, I just use a lot of practical effects. So but yeah. Has a retro vibe. You grabbed a random bag of Unreal Store assets and threw them together. My wall textures were drawn in MS Paint. If it's pixel art, that can be probably fully work, right? I don't know. I've never tried Paint to do pixel art before, even though that seems like all it would do. But I mean, like, since I've started using Sprite, I've never even considered trying to use Paint. But I think I've seen some pretty legit art come out of MS Paint. But yeah, I want to like explore a little bit more with doing shaders, like creating some sort of shader thing, which in my mind is probably just going to be like a mask, another pseudo shader, like a practical effect sort of masking for the card. But we'll see. I might try to legitimately create a shader. I'll be creating it from scratch, of course, but I was considering that when I would make the weather effects, because we got to make rain, we got to make snow, and you know, so forth. Maybe even like a wind effect. I was thinking I'll just create some sort of particle system, which is the way that I think of shaders as particle systems. I think in the game world they're more called shaders, but from my web dev background, I would always think of them as particle engines. Shading the leaves, doing the thing. Yeah, the background, it's crazy, man. Like, doing background art, it's very time consuming, but you know, it's like one of those things where they're just like, I'm hearing this stuff from like Thor, even from Hillfort when he was talking about his AAA stuff. He's like, the first like 6 months in a AAA studio when you're making a game, you don't they don't care at all about like how the game looks. They're just trying to make it like fun and make it function, and then they spend like the last 6 months of the game dev trying to make it look pretty. And I've been working on this game for about a year, and well, now it's like officially like over a year. Like we're entering the first month into the next year, because I pretty much started last January. but I didn't get super heavy into it till like a few months into last year. So like, it's like loosely a year. And I've spent a lot of time just doing art. And then redoing the art. But I will say that the functionality has come a long way as well. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-dam. Save. Super helpful to know because those parts can get a bit tough when you work through as a beginner. So I think SDL might help me keep the momentum learning and building. Yeah. I think SDL, well, I think if you're going to create something from scratch, you should do something that has cross-platform compatibility. 100%, and that way it'll be easier to port your game to other platforms in the future. But Olivarius, thank you for hanging out, man. Rest well. So recently I saw this short, and it was like I've heard this like time and time again, and basically, since the beginning, I started this game on a Mac laptop, and it was my old 12-year-old laptop that was just literally about to die, and it was just my only laptop at the time, and this was like a couple years ago, or I mean, like a year and a half ago is when I started, or no, it was a couple years. It's just when I started coding C++, and I kind of started the inkling of this game, well, just getting like SDL functionality on a laptop. So basically, like, this game kind of started on a Mac, and I was like, this is definitely going to be a cross-platform game, and I think it would still be relatively easy to get this game to work on a Mac. But I just keep hearing, I saw this short. This guy's like, I've been working on a game for, 2 years. It's, like it's been out for 2 years, and he's only sold like 18,000 copies, and he's going to give up soon because he's not making enough money. And one thing he said, he's like, this is like what I learned. And one of the things he said was, my Mac user base was only 1% of the downloads, basically. And out of that 1%, it was like it was just like a ton of work for that 1% to get it working on a Mac correctly. Like, the most bugs he had was like for the Mac. And I heard the same exact story from Thor, from Pirate Software, and I've heard it in other places too. And I'm just like, I don't know how many times I need to keep hearing this, because I've heard it from chat as well. Like, I just over and over, where everyone's just like, if you support the Mac, you're going to be putting in a lot of extra work for that just like 1%. And I decided I'm not going to support Mac because I would rather have a solid PC build and just put all of my juice into the PC. Because it seems like the majority of the devs that I hear who do it, they all just like, they're like, if I did this again, I wouldn't bother. And I wonder if it's even like, I feel like they're all using engines as well. And you would think if you're using an engine that it wouldn't be such a discrepancy. Like you wouldn't get as many bugs. If you're using an engine, it should like sort through the cross-platform stuff pretty good, but apparently not. So I'm just not going to risk it. I'm only going to do a Windows release for the game. Just so that I can put all of my juice, all of my energy into making sure the Windows is up to snuff, because that 1% that I would be missing out on, I'm just going to put that back into Windows, the Windows crowd, and hopefully just go further with having like a more solid game, because I put all the energy into like doing the PC build. You saw that guy, that spellcrafting game? Yes, Reawakened. Yeah, exactly. I felt for the guy, and it sounded like he wasn't super into the marketing until now. Maybe I don't know what his full story is. As a Mac user, you agree with me? Well, see, I use Mac for a long time. Because the web dev that I did, it was for a company that insisted that we use Macs. Because all the agencies we worked for out of LA, they all used Macs, and they're like, we have to use Macs because of compatibility with fonts and just graphics and stuff in general, whatever. And so I became really accustomed to working on a Mac. And now I'm like, when I'm left to my own devices, I use PC, 100%. But the thing is, when I thought about it, lately, like hasn't the iPhone been tanking? Like people aren't like into the latest iPhone, like all the planned obsolescence and like just general, like it just feels like a ripoff, and people are just starting to say fuck it. It just makes me think that 1% even sounds like it might be shrinking. And I'm like, is it worth it for me to put in like literally just as much work into getting the Mac running when it's like only 1%? Most people are just going to play it on a PC anyways. It's like, it just doesn't seem worth it if you're really small. And I'm just a one-man operation. You would think so, but there has been an AR bug that has existed for Mac iOS in specific for like 2 years for Unreal. See, that's crazy to me. Like if you're using an engine, the reason why I would want to use an engine is solely because it was cross-platform and I wouldn't have to worry about shit like that. But maybe that would be like a weird advantage if you were making your own game from scratch, that you can literally make a Mac version that's like completely honed to the Mac directly, you know? You're not trying to like use a cross-platform language, you know? You're just like directly coding to the base elements of that operating system. So it would make me wonder like if my game would have as much trouble as these other devs, but at the same time I'm like, I'm just not going to worry about it. I'm just like, I feel for the Mac user out there, but unless I go mobile, I'm not going to worry about trying to port it. I think if you go mobile, you probably should try to go for Apple, but on the outset, we're going to be a PC game here, so I think this is me officially announcing I'm not going to be supporting Mac, at least on the initial release, and I'm not going to plan for it until it seems like it would make sense. I'd rather see the PC just be a stable ass build and just put all of my juice into it, you know? Make it as solid as hell. Because if you have like, you're trying to get it out on Mac and it's that 1% and they're like all having bugs or having issues, and all of your mixed reviews or bad reviews are coming from people on the Mac, and you're just like it's just a problem. It could just mess things up for like, what if it's working fine on the PC, but then people from Apple are like, the Mac users are just like, this game is problematic, blah, 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 but it could just not be true for the PC. I don't know. My imagination running wild. The engines might be the same, but they have 1% of their user base on Mac, so they also, so it's just like this whole thing, like, it's just the law of diminishing returns or something. Like the engines themselves have like barely any Mac support, and so the games released for Mac have like even less compatibility and support. So it's just like not, yeah, doesn't seem worth it. Many companies ban Windows for security purposes, i.e. Google. I guess that makes sense. You're only in the Apple ecosystem because your wife prefers it and wants me to be. Otherwise, I would have bailed a while ago. I get that. And the thing is, Macs, the operating system on Macs are it's fun, it's good. I still use my iPad, you know, and but it's more recreational. Like I'll do some pixel art on my iPad, but that's about it. It's not even that good of a pixel art program, and I just do basic stuff with it. So I'm not opposed to like people using Macs, but generally the PC is more affordable. You get more power for less. But it seems like Microsoft even has like some of their planned obsolescent crap happening too, with this whole switching to Windows 10 and we're no longer going to support 11. Or I mean, the other way around. We're switching to 11 and we're not going to support 10. Which is bullshit, because like right now this computer I'm running the stream on is a Windows 10, and I've had it for a long time, you know, a good 5 years, and it's running great still. And it seems really stupid that they would do this just to get like an injection of cash. I'm just like, ugh. I got like the cheapest Windows 11 laptop so that I could make sure the game was compatible for Windows 11. But it's not by any means like a gaming computer or anything. Just a work computer. Good enough. If I can get it running nicely on that, then I know we're good for gaming computers for sure. It's just shady. But what's new, you know? iOS bug isn't small. It doesn't work on production build. Oof. Or computer's Linux. Unfortunately, you have an iPhone. That's all over the place. You seem to know what you're doing. What's up, VLC? Welcome in. Doggo Lot Chocolate, welcome in, man. Thanks for chatting on the YouTube. Your trees look amazing. Thank you. Just working on this background for the old tower defense game I'm working on here. And yeah, just a lot of leaves today. And sorry, the YouTube is kind of like extra delayed, so it might seem like I don't notice your chat for some time. Goth, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Just what's going on? Macs have a better resale value though, so in the long run it's the same. It's not cheaper. I use Windows myself. It's at this point it's just like they're both fine and they both do things well, and it's just whether or not whatever you're comfortable with, you know. Your Twitch link doesn't work. What? My Twitch link doesn't work. Oh my goodness. Is that like in the description? Maybe if I add an HTTP to it. Maybe that's the issue. I'm gonna update the description right now, actually. See if that helps. All right, I did. That's updated. Hopefully that helps. Sorry for the inconvenience there. Yeah, I updated the description, so hopefully that works. So Macs are a combo of good UA and Unix base. If Linux UI got good, you'd go back to it. Yeah, like I think the UI is pretty good. I feel that, but I also think that Macs are generally like pretty expensive. I do have 2 Mac desktops, which I could like, and they're kind of older at this point. They're starting to get old, but I have Macs to be developing the game on, but I'm like, still, I'm hearing all these other game devs talk about it, and it's making me worry that like, I just want to have more time to work on the art and not be like trying to create that, you know, stuff for the 1% people playing on Macs. YouTube's not delayed. He's just ignoring you. Whenever I see the playback in the YouTube, like it shows like the playback of the video, it always looks like it's delayed to me. Like it feels like it's like almost like 30 seconds or a minute delayed. I'm not sure though. I've not like fully tested it. It's just, I don't get like a ton of people chatting on YouTube, so sometimes I might miss it and like not notice until later, but I have it like right up next to my Twitch chat, so I generally notice right away. Just depends on whether or not I'm like super focused on the art, I guess. I don't know. I just worry about it. I don't like people feeling like I'm ignoring them. Windows is so much better with 10 and later. Come on. Milo, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. You were right. It is super delayed for some reason. A higher quality here. Yeah, and you get like the, you know, the lo-fi music on YouTube is just like, it's like a free license stuff, and then here you hear me play my Spotify stuff. But on the VODs for Twitch, you get the same lo-fi music because you can't, you know, I gotta kind of conceal that I'm doing Spotify, but well, welcome in, Milo. Thank you for hanging out on the YouTube and the Twitch. I'm always I need to actually make videos and shorts again on YouTube to help expand my presence on the YouTube. You know, it's like this one guy that made that like spellcrafting game, and he was talking about how he's not making enough money or whatever. That's one of the things he was talking about. If you guys are like in the throes of your dev, you're like knee deep into developing your game, you still have to be making time to be making, you know, promotions, marketing, and getting out there. And that's one thing that I'm like, I struggle with it too. I'm like, I need to be making more like videos and stuff. I've made some, and I was getting pretty good at like weekly updates, but now I'm like I'm rethinking my strategy with it. And since I've rethought my strategy, I haven't gone back to it. And so I think as soon as I get better from my cold, my voice recovers and sounds normal again, doesn't sound like a cold, then I'm going to be getting back to making shorts and experimenting, because I have only a few weeks left on TikTok to try to make a dent there, and then it'll just be purely YouTube at that point, which is all good. It's fine. It does suck a little bit if TikTok goes away, because then that's a whole like unique audience that I would no longer have access to. But you know, we do what we can and just make do with what we got. what resources we have available to us. Because I'm not going to be like trying to VPN into TikTok. That's just, it's whatever. Did you have videos on YouTube before? I was already subbed when I saw your stream. Yeah, I had shorts of showing updates for the tower defense game. Here, let me show you the game. Maybe, I mean, it looks a little different because I've been reworking the background and the look of it, but perhaps you saw like an update for my tower defense game, or a short rather. And then all of my videos are just the live stream, you know? And so I need to probably make actual videos and devlogs like for the game itself, so that I don't have like 12-hour long videos, because that's probably like affecting the algorithm. But the live feed is basically all I have time to offer at the moment, because I'm just trying to make progress on the game. And so it's just kind of like synergistic to just put out the live stream, and at least that can like hit on the algorithm while I'm not always streaming, which is good. It has that potential for just being out there. But so Milo, you probably maybe you caught wind of my channel because of some of the shorts I was putting out talking about my my game. But I haven't made any actual like tutorial videos or any like direct videos yet. But also thank you, Milo, for confirming that there is a delay on YouTube. I always worry because like when people come in and like comment on YouTube and then I like reply to them, it always seems like I lose them because of that delay. And so that's one of the downsides of doing the YouTube multicast. But I think the fact that the video can just be running like through the algorithm while I'm not streaming, like the live stream's out there, and if you're like subbed to me, you'll see the live stream at least show up in your video feed. So in a way, it's like still passively working for me. So it's not all bad. But it would be much better if I made like a 5-minute video or less, just talking about the game or talking about something about game dev. That would help expand the YouTube audience for sure. So that would be like exclusive content just for YouTube, basically. So that's what needs to happen. But as you all know, developing a game is all consuming. It's like I need time. I need to like spend my time extremely wisely, because it feels like I can get caught up in the production and really lose sight of some of these marketing goals. Perhaps that'll be the resolution for this year. It'll be trying to step up the marketing. But it's going to get so much easier when I actually have the like app live, and I can just be like, hey, check out the Steam page and give it a wish list. Like that's the problem right now, is I don't have that yet fully locked down. So it's just kind of like, what am I even promoting? So as you can see, it's kind of like I'm almost there. When I have that, then it's like I have to get really sturdy and steady about promoting. Even when I rate other streams, they're like, what's your Steam page? And I'm like, oh, it's not live yet. I'm so close. For sure this month it has to go live. And then I can finally do name reveal for the game. And we can start up the wish list promotion. With the Steam Deck and Steam OS, I wonder if Linux finally has a chance to be first class game platform. NVIDIA, AMD, Intel get to parity with their Linux drivers. Interesting. What's up, We Leave? Have you looked into any of the AI tools that sweep your streams and help pick up clips of moments fast? I have not, no. I know a lot of people like are using AI to like to create and like auto-generate content for them. And I don't know, I understand that that's the wave of the future and it's probably a smart thing to do, but I don't know. This is like a philosophical conundrum for me a little bit, because it's like I'd rather let myself fail in a way, but like dedicate to only doing like authentic human content. Because I mean, with Meta recently coming out saying that they're just going to be adding a lot of bots to like the Meta ecosystem, and there's going to be increasing amounts of auto-generated AI crap out there, and it's like content is just going to become dehumanized. It's just going to be this auto crap that has only like mathematics and like zero human intent behind it. And there's going to be this weird, I think, for me, if I'm like seeing nothing but like AI generated stuff, it's going to give me the creeps and it's going to make me quit the internet. And I'm thinking I would want to make sure and keep people's trust that everything that's coming out on my channel it's me. It's real. It's a real person out here struggling. And yes, I put out less content. Yes, I'm slow. Not everything I do is perfect. And some of it is going to be hit or miss. But it's human. It's flawed. It's so long story short, I'm going to get steamrolled by the AI revolution. I'm going to be using AI. I'm like trying to use it here and there for like very monotonous like coding tasks and stuff. I use it for little things, but I'm not going to just have it be like auto-generating things for me. I can't in good conscience succumb to the convenience of it. I must refuse and fight for the human element. And like I said, it's like eventually everyone's just going to be using it, and it's like I'm going to get steamrolled eventually, and I know it. And I gotta hold to like what I believe. Maybe it'll get better, you know? And I'll like turn to the dark side eventually. But for now, I gotta say, anything you see me put out on social media, it's all me. And it will be for the foreseeable future. Feels like YouTube buffers to 20 to 30 seconds. I had a feeling, yeah, like it seems really, yeah, it's that extra lag. And I think it's because like it must be sending the Twitch cast, like after the Twitch cast is uploaded, it then like sends the stream off to YouTube afterwards, I guess. But if you like the lo-fi vibe on YouTube, then hell yeah. Whatever you want to vibe with. There's a little bit of a variety out there, because I had to like put that royalty-free music on YouTube because they were giving me like warnings and stuff like, we're going to take your stream down and blah, blah, blah. So I really had no choice. To like, I had to use the lo-fi music, and the delay, I don't know. I can't really do anything about it unless I stream directly to YouTube and only YouTube. But I've been streaming to Twitch since 2020. I was a 2020 stream starter. When everyone was, you know, locked down, I was like, all right, it's time to stream. Because my roommate at the time was a professional, he's a partnered streamer, and just like said, you should do it. I'm like, all right. And I've just been doing it ever since. Been streaming since 2020. And I'm like a Twitch streamer primarily. But I'll tell you what, I got my start as a YouTuber way back in the day, as Mr. Yarls. And I put out like a decent amount of videos, but I took them all down. I still have my Mr. Yarls channel, but I don't do anything with it. And I didn't really get anywhere with it. Didn't grow that much. But I did start out as a YouTuber. That's my sordid past. Bang, bang, bang. Do you have hundreds of 30-second stories you can put next to gameplay vids to make a crop of YouTube shorts? I have like actually, I don't know, I think I have like maybe 10 ideas for some shorts that I would like to do. And to be honest, you just need one short to blow up. But of course, the more consistently you post shorts, the better odds you'll have. But I'm trying to work smart, not hard. But no matter what, I have to work hard to like even do the bare minimum here. Like I'm trying to do like one short a week. Like that would be like ideal. That's what I was doing like a month ago. And then for the prior few months before that, I kept up with it. But I decided I wanted to rethink my strategy. And I just made a lot of graphical changes to the game. And so the game's like in transition right now because this background isn't done. And I'm not 100% like, until it feels a little more polished, I'm not going to be trying to put it in shorts and stuff like that. And that's why we're here working on it today. I got to get this background done. So that I can get back to marketing stuff. It was really a scope creep, kind of bad decision in a way to redo this background. But I felt in my heart of hearts, there was like a number of reasons, like multiple reasons why I needed to do it from both a technical point of view. And then I just felt like I was hoping that it would be more appealing from a marketing point of view as well. So, but we'll find out. So it's a risk, and it's like delayed everything. So I feel like it was a bit of a, it's just one of those moves that you make, I think, when you're still trying to figure yourself out. And, so naturally it's pushing everything behind, and I need to I need to stop doing stuff like that. I need to commit, and just move forward. But we'll see. Let's hope. Let's hope it's for the best. I know, like, from a technical standpoint, I needed to make a change for the intro, because the intro stuff was not looking right, and the color scheme is mainly the biggest change that I'm like, I hope it really feels right in the end. And we'll find out. I feel pretty good about it still. Like I look at this piece just overall, and I feel very like it just makes me, I get the same feeling looking at this piece with this color scheme, kind of the desaturation, and just the fogginess as I feel with when I look at real trees. You know, like I genuinely love like redwoods and big old growth forests and stuff, and this is giving me that spark. And so in that sense, I can say to myself subjectively, as subjective as it is, that I feel good about it, because it makes me feel something. And it also opens up the tree so it's larger, so we can do more upgrades for the arcanas. And so yeah, it's solving the intro thing, solving kind of the color palette thing, and it's also addressing the upgrade issue. So there's like a lot of stuff, a lot of reasons why it had to change, but it has kind of put me behind a little bit. The bots launched this morning. They took them down this afternoon. Are you serious? We leave? Why am I so behind on chat? Agree. When everyone's using the same tools, what stands out? That's another thing that I was predicting was going to be a little bit of a letdown, because everyone's like, oh, we can get all this stuff with AI completed like super quick. But then I'm like, yeah, but like everyone's going to be making the same shit, because it's just like Harry Potter, where I don't know what character, I forget what it is. Maybe it was Harry asking like the Ministry of Magic or something, and he's just like, why are you even struggling in this war? I mean, you guys have magic. And he's like, yeah, but the other side has magic too. And like, that's the thing. It's like, oh, I can get ahead with AI, but I'm like, yeah, anyone can do that. So is that really an advantage at that point? Or is it just going to like pigeonhole you? And are the real ballers going to be the ones who can like find a way to still be original while leveraging like the increase in productivity from AI? Like, you don't want to use AI to like be your creative force, you know, like you want to still be able to curate what's good, you know? I mean, I was saying from the beginning, design will always have a place and will always dominate. Like a sense of design, sense of artistic vision, and being able to bring things together. That will always outweigh people's ability to just deliver high quality stuff. Because I mean, we all know that like realistic graphics, no one gives a shit about that anymore. Like, it doesn't matter how realistic something looks. Like that used to sell games. That's like all you had to do is just like, oh, look at like the increased poly count. Like this game's going to be amazing. Look at it. No one cares about that anymore. That used to be a thing, because we started from pixel art, progressed into 3D, and everyone was like, yeah, things are getting better and better and better. And now it's like, it's peaked a while ago. And if anything, it's starting to get worse. Somehow it's like regressing. Like what was with like Star Wars Outlaws or whatever, you know, like just shows that like perfect technology isn't always going to be appealing. It's like with engines, everyone sees Unreal Engine 4 and 5 games and knows what they were made in, and it's limiting creativity, in your opinion. So authentic content might be less output, but it might be more magnetic. That's my prediction. It's like if AI floods everyone's feed, people are gonna just like be hungry for like that real stuff. So basically, the more polished stuff is, it's just like the realistic graphics. The more perfect and like godly things seem, the more people are gonna like not trust it or not really care about it. They're gonna want something that's a little scuffed, but have like a flavor to it that's undeniable. Like that's gonna always, I think, beat out just the uber polished, perfect lighting, perfect tone, like skin tones, and like even this like live, like they're able to like make the fake influencer videos, right? Where they just show like people, like a human talking, and they look like these like really polished, like amazing, beautiful human beings that are like these AI created things that are just selling you a product. And people are like, I'd rather just see someone with like some zits and like, you know, kind of like a disheveled shirt and just like imperfect lighting, so that I know that someone is real. There's some warmth there. But at the same time, the younger generations that grow up with it, they might get used to it. They might think, well, this is better, because then I can just like tailor it to my taste, and they just might get so used to it, because we're all used to like real human contact still, and it might be they might beat it out of us. So we'll see what happens. It's gonna be weird when I'm an elder and I'm just like, I can't believe you guys eat this shit up. This is fucking garbage. In my day, people actually turned on a camera and showed up. In my day, we walked 15 miles in the snow, uphill both ways. God damn it. It's always going to be that, get off my lawn. There's always going to be some sort of boomer thing that's going to sound increasingly ridiculous. In my day, we used to shake hands. God, what's that movie with Sylvester Stallone and Sandra Bullock? God, why can't I remember the name of it? Is it Demolition Man? Where they like don't even have sex anymore. Like Sandra Bullock is like saying to Sylvester Stallone, like, hey, you want to do it? And he's like, yeah, babe, like, of course. Like, and then she pulls out this like virtual reality set to be like, here you go. He's like, what the hell is this? I want her to bang. And she's just like, ew, no, we don't bang anymore. That's disgusting. We're not actually touching each other. We just like use this to have like a clean virtual experience. It's like, ugh. In my day, we used to get gooey, wet, and wild. It's like, what's gonna happen, man? It's gonna get worse before it gets better. Ugh. If addiction has taught any of us anything, it's that people's human nature is that when it becomes hard to obtain something that's real, they're going to fall back into something that's easy. You know, that's why like going for the drug like dopamine release or just social media dopamine release is bad, because it robs you of that desire to work hard to achieve something real. So anything that has like, that's hard, takes work, you're just like, would rather do the thing that's a little bit cheaper, like not quite as authentic, but mostly there, is whatever. People will settle for something that's just kind of like not quite the real thing, but easy to obtain. The official Instagram fake people launched this morning, but they took them down because they were there was a bug with blocking them. You couldn't block them. People were just like trying to block them instantly. What was Mr. Jarls? It actually used to be my Twitch name as well. I just made like comedy skits on YouTube as Mr. Jarls. But they're all down. I like put them all in private. They're all cringe. Refake influencers. The real message here is that influencers are basic, fake people with no unique characteristics. That's how I feel about it. It's always like I've really picked up on it on TikTok, because that's what it is. All TikTok is a mechanism to get you to stay on that platform as long as possible, so that they can just sell you stuff from their shop. And the worst videos are the ones that are just like, they'll be like, did you know that like this thing that you use every day is poisoning you? Can you believe it that they would like make you do this thing and it's just like people accept it? Can you like look at this science? And then just if you look in the bottom, it just shows like this is a TikTok like shop, like, you know, it's like for a product. Basically they're just trying to convince you that through scare tactics and psychology to like make you think, oh shit, I need this product in order to get away from this, you know, this whatever, you know. It's underhanded and gross, and I just like have made a habit of like noticing the links, you know. I'm like, if this is an advertisement, I'm out of here. It's just scary how like effective it is sometimes. You get sucked into some of these things and you're just like, oh fuck, they're selling me something, god damn it. Becoming easier and easier to harness people's need for human connection. The more we starve each other, the easier it will become. All right, let's do the next layer. Yeah, I miss streaming, man. I wish I could have made it last Monday, but I was really like sick. I tried to sit at my desk and was just trying to work on some of this pixel art, and I just couldn't even sit for more than like an hour. I just had to go lay down. So I'm like, yeah, I definitely can't stream today. But today I feel decent enough, which I'm glad to be back at it. So I always feel bad when I miss my streams. So I'm trying to stay to a dedicated schedule, you know. Because every time I'm streaming, I'm making progress on the game. So that's my biggest, one of the bigger things that like keeps me on top of it. Because I'm like, if I don't stream, then that's just a day of production that I've lost, basically. But I mean, when I'm not streaming, I'm usually doing stuff still. Like I was coding and doing a little bit of pixel art off stream. But to be honest, like streaming, I tend to like get a massive bulk of stuff done usually when I'm streaming. Because I stream for like, usually for like, you know, 8 to 12 hours. But I kind of doubt that I'll be able to go 12 hours tonight. Just don't want to push it. Just want to make sure I heal up. What it does is make me think about which of your grandparents described were probably actually really valuable. So, huh? I don't quite understand that last comment, really. What do you mean, my grandparents talking about stuff? I wish that I could have like had grandparents that were down for like game dev and stuff. I think my grandma, if she was still around, would like not understand what I'm doing. She used to hate like animation. She's like, we'd like queue up Netflix to like watch something. She'd be like, no animation. Like she can't stand, like she couldn't stand any sort of graphical animated thing. I was like, oh, okay. Not that I was like trying to get her to watch like anime or anything or play games. I'm like, I don't think she would ever get what I'm doing here. And that's okay. I grew up on comic books, anime, the old school cartoons. I still watch anime. I've been rewatching Mariko-chan lately. I did start reading the manga for it, but then I stopped, so I kind of lost my place. So I started over on the anime. I think I might try to go pick up some manga for it. I heard that, what, Barnes & Noble's closing down? Maybe there's like one that's closing down locally that I can pick up some Mariko-chan mangas. I like to get that manga and see where it goes, because I'm intrigued. It's an anime about a girl who can see dead spirits, but she's so afraid of them that she just pretends like she can't see them, and because they just terrify her. So every time they show up, they like get right in her face and be like, can you see me? And she just pretends like they're not there at all, but she can see them clearly, and they're everywhere. And she's like coming to terms with being like a seer, you know? And it's funny, and she's got like a good personality, like kind of a stoic, but like positive. I don't know. Just good vibe. I generally like it because like I'm trying to do all the research I can on like horror genre stuff and just looking at everything that I like about horror, and this anime is definitely one of them. I like comedy horror. It's such like a hard balance to strike. Granny, why don't you like paprika? Paprika. Sorry, in the context of you getting old and understand this time before AI had many good things that were lost, and now realize that shit your elders complained about was okay. I see what you mean. Sorry. Sometimes I speed the conversation on so much that it's like I lose track of what we're talking about because I'm just rambling on. Just catching up. I was off stream for a while, so kind of built up a lot of things to say. Speaking of which, like other horror films I watched a lot. I saw Strange Darling, and that was a really good film. Good horror film. Let's see, other than Strange Darling, I'm still yet to watch like Fright Night and was it called Rise of the Living Dead or Return of the Living Dead? I still haven't watched that. I'm kind of waiting to do like an 80s day. But I will be watching those films for sure. It's doing like all 80s. Another film that I saw actually yesterday, was Late Night with the Devil. It was basically a horror film. That was in the 1970s. It was like 1977, and it was about this late night show that was about to be like it was about to be canceled, and they were trying to like they're having a Halloween show trying to make it as attention grabbing as possible, and they end up getting pretty crazy. And I liked how everything about it was like really effective and just like interesting, and they really they did a great job with the 70s element, you know. It felt very like Omen-esque and 70s-esque. It was good. It was good. But I like seriously was just marathoning like horror films, so I saw like so many. You ever tried Shudder, the horror streaming service? It's pretty good. Has a free month. A lot of the films I was watching were like Shudder films. And no, I was not aware of that streaming service. Right now, I'm trying to avoid streaming services because they're kind of going through like a weird greedy situation where they're just trying to like charge as much as possible and then put ads in on top of things. Like, luckily I still have access to some streaming services of but I'm like trying to avoid adding more stuff, you know, because I'm not making much money right now. I'm kind of going broke trying to make this game. So I'm trying to pinch my pennies, be smart. But I will be putting this game out this year at some time, so hopefully make a little bit of money. And the stream subs have been really helpful as well. But this game, I don't necessarily plan for it to be the big financial win that I would need to sustain myself, but it's about getting my foot in the door. I just need the experience, you know. It's like Hill Fort was saying, you got to finish a game. It's the best education. And I'm genuinely excited to like get this game out. I have some like new mechanical changes to the game actually that I'm not really going to talk about until I've experimented with them. But the game itself I think is evolving a little bit. And it'll be interesting to see if it pans out. Let's see where this game goes, you know. Get kind of unique. Hopefully, a little bit. Trying to be a little bit innovative. While at the same time not trying to like have a crushing scope. Let me see, what other horror films did I see recently? Violent in the Woods. It's a very serene, but also brutal film that had a lot of really sweeping, beautiful walking shots through the woods. It's good inspiration. It was interesting. I liked their approach. They had some kind of unique things about it. It was kind of a basic story. There wasn't a ton, like it wasn't deep lore, but it was like, there was enough lore though, that it felt good, you know, like, and it was just such, it's beautiful, and it was a good inspiration. It was like a good movie to watch while I'm like working on the forest. It's like the color tones and stuff were so good. It just made me like want to redo my color scheme again, but I'm like, I'm just holding to this one. We're gonna do it like this. Have you ever seen Mad God from Shudder? Mad God. No, but I did watch Mad, which was a French zombie film. Very good. Such a good flavor to it. It was very like, it had a very small scope in a sense. Like you were basically just following this very tight-knit group of friends as they were slowly taken into a zombie apocalypse, basically. I think that's the most compelling aspect of zombie flicks, zombie shows or movies. It's the downfall. It's watching society peel apart and become a like husk of what it once was. Once it's like in husk form, then it starts to lose its appeal. And you know, it's like when like zombie shows stop showing zombies. Like I've been trying to rewatch like Fear the Walking Dead, and I've realized that like I'm already on like, I forget what season I'm on. I've watched it all before, but it's at this point where they're just barely showing any zombies. You know, and it's not that, I know the storyline does evolve and it gets back to it, but it's like they literally haven't shown a zombie in like, I swear, like 8 episodes or something. I'm just like, this was a zombie show. What the fuck? You're killing me here. Which I thought was like really stupid. I'm like, I realized Fear the Walking Dead wasn't as good as I thought it was. But I know in the future they bring back some better characters, and I don't know, it's not the best. I do want to watch Daryl Dixon though. I still got to watch that. I haven't checked it out. Daryl Dixon in France. Because I bet you at the beginning of that show they're going to show the France go into like the downfall, you know? One that I don't really want to watch though is like the Maggie and Negan show. That show seems like it's just like, how could you think putting those characters together made any sense whatsoever. It's incredible, but no dialogue, all abstract. Mad God is stop motion. Oh, I'm trying to think if there was like a stop motion that I came across recently. It's made by the famous stop motion guy who did the Tauntaun and Autots. Empire Strikes Back. That's awesome. Well, that's cool. Love to hear. Love to hear it. They're trying to use up that Star Wars juice while it's still good. I mean, Disney's like all but killed Star Wars. It's like, it's done. I think it was done a while ago. It's like, stop making stuff. You're done. Just do nothing but abuse the franchise. It's abuse. It's film abuse. Let's see. I watched like so many horror films while I was sick. There has to be even more that I can talk about. What else should I say? I want to see Nosferatu. I hear it's a really beautiful film. But you won't be finding me at the theaters right now because not until I'm totally healthy. I'll probably end up just seeing it at home. I feel like movies don't stay in theaters for that long these days. You just kind of toss them through super fast. Let me think. Strange Darling, Violent in the Woods, Late Night with the Devil. I did want to watch The First Omen with Bill Nighy. That looks cool. Anything with Bill Nighy, it's got to be good. It's got to be good. I'm not sure that I saw anything else. I mean, I saw that so much, but like... I gotta think. Was there anything else that I'd seen? 'Cause I recently compiled like a decent list of movies I need to be watching. Doo-doo. So many leaves. Any good ideas for the game while high on cold meds? Well, I'm not on any meds. But I did have some new ideas, new game structure ideas, actually. But I don't want to really talk about them until I've experimented with it, because it's kind of a fundamental change that I want to make sure feels right before I put it out there. Because I like to make it easy to go back on things if I'm not feeling good about it. So I won't talk about it till I've at least coded it a little bit and seen how it feels. But some definitely interesting changes coming for the game. I do have a new enemy type that I've been wanting to get done relatively soon, but the priority is getting this background 100%, because this background has pushed me behind. But once we get through this, then I'm going to be back on track, getting enemy types, getting new arcanas in. And yeah, it's going to be a good thing. There's lots of interesting stuff coming, and I think the most exciting and biggest thing is going to be getting the Steam page live. That's going to be the probably biggest relief to get that up and running. But yeah, I have a few ideas on how to make the game play a little bit more challenging and interesting. And that's what I'm going to be experimenting with. If only I could say it was cold meds. I haven't touched any meds. I just let myself be sick. I just sleep a lot. I do take zinc. Been doing a bit of a cleanse, which I started before I got sick, and had nothing to do with getting sick, I hope. But anyways. So like recently I started the AoE system so that I could like play a card and do like an AoE effect. 'Cause that's the main function of the cards, is to be like area of effect. Have like an animation that plays, that attacks all the enemies on screen. And I have a lot of the infrastructure in for that. And I kind of wanted to get, I might want to touch on that today, but I probably won't. Probably going to do the Zen thing and just focus on just this for the stream. Because I don't want to push myself. I want to be productive, but I don't want to like make myself sick all over again by pushing too hard. So as long as I'm just kind of chilling and being productive, that's enough. But I really need to get on top of finishing the capsule art too, because I haven't touched that for like a week or so. It really is hard to like finish things, man. Certainly struggling to get one thing completely done. But I feel like it's all gonna like hit at once when it does, because I keep working on everything simultaneously. So it's all like slowly coming together collectively. So it's going to be nice to like drip the stuff out once it's closer. What pixel art software are you using? What's up, Emra? I'm using Asprite. Oh, and we're on ads. Shit, I don't know if you heard me. Anyways, Asprite. Making your game in Asprite? Let's go. Love to hear it. Asprite's good. It really does get it done. I use Resprite on my iPad, and it's good for kind of general drawing, but when it comes to making selections or running like the outline tool, or generally being able to switch using like the keyboard to like do keyboard shortcuts between tools, it's like without all of that I can only do just basic stuff. So when I'm on my iPad, I tend to just kind of stick to just general kind of shapes on things, just kind of get the bulk of stuff in. Like for this, I just mainly was drawing branches. I did a little bit of bark, and I did like the shape of the leaves. But now you see me actually shaping the leaves with like the detail in Asprite, because that's just would have been too much work in Resprite. But in Asprite, it just goes way faster with all the shortcuts and stuff. So that's why we're here. Let's drop some of these backgrounds here. I guess I'll leave it in because I don't want to flashbang too much. Been looking at mini game dev streams over the last couple of months. I think you are top 2 in terms of watchability, plus project looking good. Thanks, man. I really hope it's going in the right direction. Okay. Well, I just feel like we're all in it together, you know, like we're all out here trying to make progress on our respective projects and self-development. And it's just nice to be able to kind of be out here and share the process, you know, because it can be a lonesome process, and feels good to like just talk about it knowing someone's hearing the ideas, and it helps you really kind of get that early feedback. And so yeah, it's a big benefit to me too, like just being here and being able to share this all with you. I think it's I think it's crucial to tap into like feedback as you go, and sometimes feedback is as simple as like telling people about what you're doing and paying attention to how you feel, you know, like, you know, whether or not you're like embarrassed or feeling good about feeling confident about something you're sharing. Like, that can tell you a lot about what's going on. So yeah, like, thanks guys. You got an ad in the middle, so didn't hear the answer. You have been using A-Sprite lately too? Oh, well, I hope you heard at least some of the answer, Emra. Yeah, like, I noticed the ad, like, right when I like was answering your question, I'm like, oh shit, we're an ad. I knew it. It happens. No big deal. Yeah, I recommend A-Sprite. It's also crucial to pick up some of the extensions, which is just on itch.io. You just find extensions for A-Sprite, and you get like centering, the convolution matrix, which is basically like blurring, motion blur type, semi-motion blur, only in certain directions. There's like a glow one, like a neon one, which is okay. But I find like the centering one is probably the most paramount, most important, to be able to center your what you're drawing. There's a lot of useful extensions for A-Sprite. Like, I loaded A-Sprite up on my my laptop just for some like basic edits, because I don't have a Wacom, and don't really like using just straight the mouse on an A-Sprite unless I'm doing something really basic. And I don't have any extensions installed, so every time I go to like center something or blur something, I'm like, fuck. When I'm on the laptop, you know, but the desktop here is like the workhorse. This is where I get all like the real work done, the stuff that takes a long time, because I work fastest on the desktop here. But sometimes you just need to do something minor and it's enough on the laptop. You know. Yeah, now. What's the procedural animation tool that you are going to use for the trees called again? It's called Spooky Ghost, and it's written in Lua, and it's a free program, and it's a little janky, but it does a good job animating the leaves. It makes them look good, like a nice fluid animation. And I generally recommend using something to animate leaves instead of trying to animate them manually, because it is a very intensive animation if you just did it manually. So that's the one thing that I use to do procedural animation, but I generate the sprite sheets from it, and then I do end up still animating them via the sprite sheets. but like I don't actually create the animations. I just put them through Spooky Ghost, and I think they do a pretty good job. But I found that you can't save what you do. So it's like a one-off. Like you have to input all the sprites, align them, get to animate with the correct settings, and then you test it. And then as soon as you're done, like that's it. Every time I've had to go back and I try to open a save file, they never save correctly. And so it's a little janky and it's very time intensive. Like it doesn't save you a ton of time necessarily, like in that regard, but it would take more time to actually sit down and do the animation yourself manually. So yeah, Spooky Ghost, I recommend it. And that's what I'll do. I'll like save all the leaves out into their own little respective images, and then I'll like animate them into little sprite sheets, and then have a bunch of little sprites for that. Because it's just kind of a secondary effect, you know? It's just kind of there for the background. It's not like a big point of pride, basically. So I'm like super okay with the help, but you can't do everything yourself. Still killing it. Thank you, Chuck. Welcome in, man. Hope you're having a good new year. Good start to your new year. Yeah, we're working on the background here. There is a lot of, I added a lot of leaves and stuff into the background, like the bark on the trees, the bushes on the bottom here. I got them all colored out. I just kind of changed the coloring a little bit. And so yeah, we got all the bark on this like front row of trees. And then I have like branches on like the back trees. I think the very last layer, I haven't touched those trees because a lot of them look like they got rounded tops and stuff still. So they're still kind of rough. But, you know, we're making progress. I'm mainly just working on this second layer, trying to get these leaf details done. And we're almost done. I'm just getting the shadow done on these top area of leaves up here. And then I'll be doing the highlight on the leaves for everything. And then I'll be done. I'll be fully done with that. That's the forest 1 layer, I believe. And the waterfall layer is completely done, pretty much. And moving on to the forest 2 layer after that. Oh yeah, we also got to add the stroke, which is that the same color as that? Yeah, okay. It is. Making good progress. So we'll definitely get these leaves done. And then move on to the basic leaf structure on the back trees. The next move. Whoa, no. Even see these leaves. This like whole area over here, this margin, that just never shows up on camera, and I put it up on purpose so that I didn't sit there rendering stuff that's just never going to show up on camera. So I'm like, had to force myself to just look at that gray block so I didn't sit there rendering and wasting time, basically. I gotta save time. Gotta be efficient with my time. We're only gonna work on things that truly matter. A lot of this like upper tree stuff too is only going to show up in the intro briefly, so it's not even going to be that like much of a highlight, but I still think it's important, so we're giving it the old deep render. honestly, generally, I've been feeling pretty good about this, the way the tree's been coming out. I certainly have like an established tree style, you know, and that feels good. It took me a while to like to really refine that. Everything looks desaturated. Is this the look you're going for? It is. It is. You're also looking at like the fog, you know, like it's the more further into the background it gets, the more it is desaturated. And one of the reasons that the background isn't like super popping and high saturation is so that the enemies and the arcana, the weaponry and the magic spells all pop. So I'm trying to make the background not, I want it to be a palette, like a nice canvas for all of the action in the foreground. So the background, yes, it's a little bit dulled to help enhance the forward graphics. Because before I had like a really saturated background, and I felt that it was a little too like Stardew Valley, like a little too happy. And I wanted something a little bit more dark fantasy. And so that brought me here. And I was noticing like a lot of, I kept studying like background art and just general like photos of backgrounds of forests and stuff that I really liked. And I noticed that their saturation levels weren't super high. And I was like, why are my saturation levels so high? They're like intensely high. And it just made me realize that they are competing with the visual effects of like the weapons and stuff. And I just thought, we got to create a balance between the two, you know? Oh. So it is a style choice. And the thing is, it's like super easy to just crank the saturation again if I wanted. But I think it's harder to like make something look really good when you take stuff away, you know? And that's like, I think what's really gonna feel more atmospheric. Do you have any advice on choosing colors? Like, how are you deciding on shades of green? So yeah, like, again, it's just dialing down the saturation. It's all relative. I started out with I just made the forest as it was, I picked any color generally that I thought would kind of serve the mission of making a nice looking forest. And then I looked at a bunch of art that I liked, and I looked at how the colors, the greens and the browns and the reds, everything, how they related to each other. So I tried to kind of emulate some of that relation, but then I just would go and then redo it myself, and I would keep iterating it on it myself, and I just keep experimenting. Like, this is my latest experimentation of desaturating everything, again, to like help the foreground visual effects pop, while giving like a dark atmosphere, but not like gothic dark, just darker than the saturated thing it was before, just more like misty and mystical feeling. It makes me think of like the first Willow movie, like just old school, like maybe a Never Ending Story, just kind of like fog sort of style, you know? And it was a lot brighter and more saturated before. And this is me like experimenting the other way. Like, what's it going to look like if I kind of zap the saturation away? And it's still pretty like saturated. Like a lot of this stuff is like, if you look at the color for a lot of this stuff, it's like really still pretty saturated. As it goes darker, it becomes increasingly saturated. But the lighter it goes, it's actually like almost mid-tone, like 50% saturation. It's a little higher, it's like 60. Before, everything was like 80 to like 100% saturation. So like, I just felt like I was like, you know, like when they talk about an art, like you need to decide what in your picture you want to grab the attention. Because if everything is like the same detail, the same level of detail, the same level of like saturation, the same level of like lighting, then there's nothing to focus on. There's nothing that's really gonna like jump out. And by desaturating the background, it's allowing me to create still like a nice ambiance in the background, a lot of like faded mist, but like also it's helping me to bring forward all of the visual effects. Because like if something's more saturated and bright on the foreground, like a spell or, you know, the thorn blade with its like fiery aura, that stuff will now pop and feel a lot more impactful visually, because I was able to mute these back colors a little bit. So it's about creating that balance. That's like my intention now, and it's just a matter of hopefully pulling it off. And we'll find out once it's all in context. And we just gotta keep refining the detail and hope it all comes together. Oh, got a little shadow missing from this one. But yeah, like to answer the question on like how do I pick the colors, I randomly pick at first. I take a shot in the dark, and then I like look at it, see how it makes me feel, and then I'm like, it's too saturated, or it's too bright, or too dark, or too this, too that, and then I start making adjustments, which can be, I think, a difficult road, because you have to be able to like. It's what I'm struggling with right now. It's being able to have a sense of finality about it, to be like, this is it. This is the color scheme. This is how it's going to feel. And I don't know, lately with the other more saturated approach that I had, I just wasn't confident that it was the level of saturation and stuff. I wasn't sure that it was the right vibe for how I wanted to like, I don't know. I just didn't feel like it had the right appeal. And so it made me rework it. But I didn't change it right away. Like I thought about changing it for actually like a couple months. And then I finally just said, fuck it, I'm doing it. Because I was waiting for enough justification for it, enough reasons for me to do it. Because of course it was going to push my schedule back when I did this. So I'm just hoping that it pays off, and that in the end, this approach, this desaturated look, and just kind of the more reds and to green ratio overall sells it more, that more people are intrigued by the look of it And I'll find out when I start putting it out on social media more, when it's done. Because it kind of has to come together detail-wise for you to really see the impact of what I'm doing. Because right now, like a lot of these leaves, like these ones right here and stuff, they're just like rough sketches of like what the leaves will be. So it's kind of like not the full detail yet, not the full feel of it yet. I also took a lot of inspiration from Meifumato. You know that game? That game is like, it's a newer game, had a rough patch. I don't think they did all that well financially, because they kind of blew their load too soon, so to speak. And but they had one level of a forest, and it was everything in the game. It was all very desaturated. It was even more desaturated than what I'm doing now, heavily desaturated. And I think they had like over 9,000 like wish list, and they raised over like 50K for the game, and people were really drawn into it, and it just made me feel like I really liked it too. And they didn't end up putting that forest that they designed into their game, and it just made me want to like try to capture some essence of what they did, that it's like what could have been that never happened. And it made me just seriously think about like wanting to go desaturated. And so I finally just said, fuck it, I'm doing it. But I'm still using my same style that I had when it was that super saturated colors. But like the shape language, the bark texture, all the way I'm drawing it is the same, but the color scheme is what took influence from Meifumato. A little bit. And there was like some other random sources that I couldn't name off because they were just like stuff I just randomly saw on like Pinterest and, you know, whatever. Google. You did similar with mine to make the characters pop out. Right on. Your question was a lot more general. I wasn't commenting on the saturatedness, or it's more so complimenting your greens. Thanks. No, I took it that way, Check, for sure. It's like a very, it's something that helps me to talk about because I'm like trying to figure out what I'm going to do and like if this is the right move. And I'm already like committed to it at this point. So I feel like I'm already kind of locked in, but I also am like having that allowance for, you know, like if I feel like in the end it doesn't quite feel right, then I can like mess with the saturation. Like I'm still giving myself license to experiment, but I'm also like trying to sell it to myself as well as everyone else so that I can like move on and just do other stuff. But color scheme, it's massive because that is your vibe check. That's your whole, that is like the heart of your game. You know, like so it's a pretty major thing. And so it definitely makes me feel cautious and like I want to tread lightly with these changes and take it very seriously, not just be like willy-nilly with it, because it is such a huge thing to change and to experiment with. Like it's not easy. It certainly sucks up time. Just eats up time. Let's just try that. Maybe not. But honestly, I feel like it's been a pretty good reception so far, in terms of how people are vibing. And I certainly feel it as well. Like when I look at this misty trees with like the more desaturated look, it makes me feel like I feel when I look at an actual forest. And that's what I'm talking about. That's what I want. You wish you could draw trees like me? Well, I'll tell you what. The first tree that I drew for the game was not great. I drew many trees to like hone the style, to come to like how I wanted the bark texture to be and how I wanted to like shade it and make it vibe, you know. It was not something that I just could do. I worked at it and basically redid it a bunch of times until it came together. It was a journey, and it still is, but I'm pretty like locked in with how I do my trees now. I'm like, any additional evolution is minimal at this point. Just comes with experience. But the style, yeah, it took a lot of trial and error. Because if you look around for like different tree styles, pixel art wise or otherwise, there's a lot. There's a lot of ways that you can approach it. And you just got to pick the one that speaks to you. I had, for the longest time, it took me a long time before I finally decided that this was the right bark texture. That was like one of the hardest things for me to establish, was how I was going to do the bark, because I basically redid it countless times, like hundreds of times. And it took me so long. It was brutal. But it was worth it. That's why it's like, it makes me a little sad when people are like, it doesn't matter how your game looks, like, people just want to play the game if it's fun. And I'm like, yeah, it's true, but I still wanted to achieve that look that I want, you know? And so I just kept going until I got it there. Because unfortunately, I'm not like, I can't do it without iterating on it a bunch. Like, I have to do it a bunch to get it right, because I'm not that good of an artist that could just do it like 3 times and it's dialed in. It's like, nah, I have to do it like 50, maybe 100 times, and then it's locked in. So that part is unfortunately a little inefficient about my approach. I think it'd be a good idea to try and tell a story with your background. Yeah. Well, you know, there's going to be like the dialogue system and the intro story for sure. There's going to be some storytelling elements. It's one thing we actually have to get programmed in soon. Once I kind of wrap up with getting the deck builder stuff working, I'll do the dialogue system. And then that should be enough to get the footage for the trailer. But of course, I still need to get some music written. I've been working on FL Studio, trying to like slowly learn it. And I have a song that I'm like playing with, but writing music is tough, so certainly don't have anything yet. But I'm trying. I'm still, like, FL Studio, I'm still trying to get to that point where I feel really comfortable with it. Because currently I'm still waylaid by every step, you know? Every time I want to do something, like, oh, I need to edit that MIDI note, and then it's like I'm like floundering around, like flipping around windows, trying to, you know, even just like cut, realign like the MIDI, or get like the pattern like into the playlist and all these things. I'm just still getting comfortable with the program, and so it hasn't really like, I haven't been able to get to the point where I've streamlined my creative. Like, you have to get enough, like technically proficient enough in a music program to the point where when you want to do something, you're not wasting time trying to remember or like read tutorials on how to do that thing. It's like, I know what I want to do, but like I'm still learning the program. So, but I've used like enough like music programs that I know what needs to happen, but I need to become like fluent so that I can just completely focus on the creative side of it. So I'm not quite there yet. I'm still learning the technical stuff. But I'm looking forward to it because there's a lot of cool samples, or just like virtual instruments and stuff that I want to try. Not samples exactly, but digital instruments. And I'm just going to like mess around, write a bunch of music and see what pans out. I feel like most people lost the game dev dream. A bunch of people who enjoy games band together and make bangers. Halo, First Diablo, WoW, Counter-Strike. It's a labor of love. One of the thing I see on TikTok a lot is like I have like this retro channel I watch, and it talks about the dev struggles of like early games. You know, like they were saying like 007, like GoldenEye, on N64 originally wasn't meant to have like a multiplayer area. It was just meant to be like a linear game, but the devs knew that it was like super fun, and so they just like banded together on the weekends and just like said, we're doing this, and they made it happen. And 007, like Remote Mine, like just the PvP in GoldenEye is classic. That was like the original, you know, just like goof off, and like just fuck around, and it was fun, dude. Gib Deck, welcome in, man. I think game dev, it's one of those things where you have to be in love with it, and you have to be willing to take on like a lot of work. You have to be willing to just walk a hard path, because frankly, people don't really understand how much work goes into games. And so like, it's up to you as like the game dev to just kind of like shoulder it and be like, you know what, it's going to be so worth it, even though it's probably going to kill me a little. I have to like take years off the end of my life for this, but I'm doing it because you're passionate about it. You know, you want it. Like, it blows my mind that I've been working on this project for a year. It's kind of insane. Because honestly, I've never worked on a game for this long. But to be fair, this is also like my education game in C++. So a good portion of that time was me learning pixel art techniques, digital art techniques, how to program in C++, better ways to program in C++. So like, this wasn't just like straight experienced game dev, where I'm like, no, where I've used all the tools before and I knew what I was doing. There's like a lot of like stop and go, like education moments. But it hasn't been that bad. I think the hardest part really has been trying to come up with the right visual, the subjective stuff, you know, the design, deciding what's best. That's the hardest part for me. I think we're the close. I certainly need to be more forgiving of myself and all of it, because like, I know that in the end, this is my game. This is my education game. This is the game that I'm using to learn. And I know it's not going to be perfect, and it's okay to strive for excellence. But I shouldn't slow things down too much worrying about it. I just need to get shit done, get something out. Give me the dark. And let's do nice little outline. Make it nice and thick. Oh my god. Oh, that's on that tree. Okay. That's fine. All right. I think we finished our leaves here. With the outline, that's it. that's the end. The only thing to do at this point is put it into Spooky Ghost and animate it. Oh, my butt. My butt. So we're going to move on to another background element, the Forest 2 background part. What's up, Matt Bird Quest? What's going on, man? Happy New Year to you. Shoot for the moon, land among the stars. That's exactly right. What's up, Tolkien? This is some beautiful pixel art. Thank you. This is the background art for my tower defense game, which I can show you with the rough background art. This is the game, and it'll come together. But you can see, like, let's see if I bring in like the Thornblade, you can kind of see how the green affects like on the fire and stuff like that, how it like pops a little bit more on the desaturated background, and it just it's more fitting. Oh no, he's about to kill it. Oh no. So just giving it that like slight desaturation in the background, it's allowing the visual effects on the front to kind of pop more. And the thing is it's like still pretty saturated in the background, you know? It's not a massive difference, but there's already too many enemies. They're destroying this thing too fast. Upgrade. Let's get a couple more out. All thorn blades, maybe some saw blades at the bottom. And a spike shot. No! Oh yeah, and then we pick a card. I'll pick Flash Freeze. So it's coming together. It's coming together. I can't wait to get the new background in, but all in due time. It looks difficult. You mean the game? Currently, yeah. I actually have plans to make it even more difficult. We're not even like, we haven't even peaked on difficulty yet. It's gonna get worse before it gets better. See, one thing I gotta fix is so that it doesn't deal the same card multiple times. Like, right, we have 3 meteor storms here. That needs to never happen. It needs to always show different cards in this scenario. So that I need to fix that. The randomization of the cards is not good right now. Like the repeats, that's not good. It's repeating too much. It should be like this, where it's like always 3 different cards. So yeah, I gotta rethink the randomization for that, the RNG, if you will. It's not great. It's not great. But anyways, yeah. So like here, I'm like actually, you can see how the background's starting to have like more real detail. Still, there's a lot of like temporary art in the further background. The only stuff that's really done is like this foreground stuff. Like this is more closer to what's done so far. We're getting there. I still need to add a little bit more detail to this guy. It's getting there. But yeah, we're working on the top parts of the trees. It's like the big intro. It's a big old tree. Starts at the top. It's like the level starts like this. Like fade into like the top of the tree. Something like that. And then it'll pan down. And all the leaves will be swaying in the wind. Oops. Keeps panning down until it gets to the level. It's in the level now. And then the face shows up, and then the levels goes. And we got to get the waterfalls running again. So yeah, lots of stuff. We got to get going. It sounds brutal. Yeah, the game is, it might be brutal. I think it's going to be fun though. It's not going to be so brutal that you won't be able to figure it out, but where did you use RO? Where did you use RO make your game? What do you mean, Milo? Can you clarify your question? I'm not sure what you mean. I don't know what you're talking about. All right, so let's see. This is on Forest 1. All right, we gotta add a little more detail to this little guy before we move on. We got all the tonality in the leaves. It's all good. All right, so let's see. Let's select this guy. Leave these leaves. It's like a baby tree here. So we don't need like a ton of detail on this guy. Just kind of like scattered detail because of the leaves themselves are like really small. What did I use to make the game? Oh, I wrote this game from scratch. I use C++ and SDL2. I'm not using a game engine. I wrote it all myself. Over 20,000 lines of code so far. It's not the code that's hard though, guys. It's the art. Might be a lot of lines of code, not a big deal. It's what the big deal is, all these damn pixels. Probably 1 million pixels at this point. So many damn pixels. But yeah, I wrote the engine myself. Which is one of the reasons why I decided I'm not going to be supporting Mac. I'm just going to write it for Windows. We're going to keep it simple. Although since I am using STL, it should already have cross-platform compatibility. I just don't want to like make a serious release for Mac because I just hear everyone talking shit about it. How it's like only 1% of their sales and it's never quite worth it financially to dedicate so much time to it that it takes because it's always buggy. And to me that just sounds risky because if you're have a game up, say in early access, and it's like only Mac users that are giving bad reviews because it's buggy for them, like that's just a scenario that I'd like to avoid. And then maybe in the future, after I've like established that it works good on PC, then maybe from that point move forward and try to introduce the Mac, possibly. Ultimately, I would like to have my engine be capable of running on both platforms. That would be good. So maybe at some point I will just push that so that I can get that compatibility, but it sounds like it's going to be a cluster F no matter what I do. You wish you could edit messages? That's all good, dude. Appreciate you guys for hanging out. So yeah, I'm just going for like almost pointillism on this because the leaves on this like little tree are just kind of like randomly catching light. And it's meant to just be kind of like a general texture and vibe. Nothing too prominent. Just meant to give kind of the illusion of little leaves. Yeah, I'm not like sure that if I ended up using like Godot or Unity or Unreal, if I would have saved any time. Because when I think about like the coding and stuff that I'm doing, like it's none of it's too complicated. It just always comes back to the art. That is the most time consuming thing, which makes me believe that like even if I used a game engine, I mean, maybe it would have saved me a little bit of time in certain aspects, but ultimately I think it, it still was going to come down to the art being the pain in the ass. So like there's no avoiding that. So it is what it is. But I'm sure I'll feel differently once I'm dealing with like the bugs. But I have no doubt that like even if I used an engine, there would still be bugs. Because in the end, my spaghetti procedural coding style was always destined for some rawness, some potential, and for mistakes. And I think that's where sometimes like beautiful things can happen when your code is kind of faulty. It's not like the most perfect thing. And weird things happen and you're just like, oh wait, I like that. Like I should like lean into that. Sometimes it can be like a blessing in disguise. So I'm a fan of this approach. And we'll see how I feel after release. Get it actually touching the tree here, but it is attached. Question is, should I put a little outline? And I don't know. I'm not sure about the outline. I think no. That one will be just kind of a light texture for the background. And let's see what else. All right, we got to go into the deeper BG here. So hide the tree and so this forest should probably work on the bushes. No, I was thinking that these two layers probably need to combine. These bushes should probably do. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick, and I shall return. So please enjoy this windy tree and nice music. Nature doth call for me. Yeah, we'll probably work on the bushes on the ground next. And I will be back shortly, just a couple of minutes. Almost forgot my hat. Gotta keep warm. So the healing process continues. I got some Greek yogurt. Keep my energy up. So the plan, and hopefully I can stick to it, is get the rest of the bushes on the ground, and then get the bark of the trees in the background. But this background is well on its way. I feel like I blasted through those leaves pretty quick. to the grind. Excuse me. Mario Galaxy, man. Nintendo used to be so artful. Yeah. Well, there's the new Nintendo Switch coming out. They're going to have another Mario Kart. How do we feel about that? I personally love Mario Kart. But I did feel like the last one, I wish they kept putting out more racetracks. But I played the crap out of that game. You got Switch 2 coming out, man. Did you know that Final Fantasy VII was originally going to be out on the N64? But they realized the cutscenes ate up too much memory, and there's no way they could have fit it on an N64 cartridge. So they went with Sony. Thus making PlayStation the de facto RPG platform. You've seen the Final Fantasy 3D demo with the 3D Final Fantasy VI characters? Fascinating. It's up to us indies to be artful now. Excuse me. He went to Xbox and he did the new game Fantasia. Damn. Man, just hopping around. He goes where the money's good. trying to mute all my coughs. My coughs and my burps. Can't wait to be totally done with this cold. It'll be nice. I'm gonna exercise a lot. I think I may even cut out coffee for a while. I heard that coffee, or caffeine in general, decreases blood flow to the brain. And I don't like that. Will the animation be all individual images? These bushes on the ground are not going to animate. They're just going to be static bushes, but each one of the like leaf groupings in the tree are definitely, yeah, they're all going to move. So yeah, it's a lot of busy work to cut all that up and to run it through the animation program, especially because the animation program is like, you got to do it one off, got to get it right away. So it's kind of it's a tricky thing. But you can see the animation above my camera right now is what the tree animation, what the bush animation wound up looking like. And it's pretty good. I mean, it's pretty solid. Thanks for the hydrate. Sweet, gonna start blaming caffeine for me being dumb. I think you have to go over around 130 milligrams of caffeine. Most people have like 250 plus. You know, it's like 3 cups of coffee for it to start to have an effect, but it does overall does decrease blood flow to the brain. And it's weird because it like somehow it's considered a psychoactive drug and it increases focus to an extent, but it's like at what cost? Like why is there less blood? You know, I don't know. I just feel like I've been getting headaches lately, probably because I'm staring at the screen a lot to produce this damn thing. And I thought it was because like maybe because like I'm drinking a lot of caffeine and then maybe stopping, but I always limit it to like 2 cups. So I'm just like, you know what, the blood vessel in your brain that gets decreased blood flow is the same vein that gives you like migraines and stuff. So I don't know, there might be some correlation, but I just don't like the idea that it's decreased blood flow because it sounds bad. It's like death by 1,000 cuts, you know, like. It's funny because earlier this year I was like drinking decaf nonstop, and then I'm like, oh, I forgot that like decaf had like the chemicals they put in it to like get rid of the caffeine is just not the best thing for you. So I was like, all right, I'm just gonna have regular caffeine, and then I find this study that's like it decreases blood flow to the brain. I'm like, what the hell? It's gonna do nothing. I'm just gonna drink tea now. It's gonna sleep more. Can't do anything. Everything's killing us. But I'm getting older and I don't want to have like Alzheimer's or dementia when I'm an old man. So kind of thinking preemptively if I can. I'll still have coffee every now and then. I think a little bit's okay. Maybe like 1 cup. But I was drinking it like every day for the past like 3 months. So I probably need to slow my roll. Slow my roll. You average 350 to 400. No way it worked. You don't know about the coffee thing? Well, it still like stimulates certain brain cells. Like it stimulates the brain. So there certainly is a deeper level of focus. But if there's decreased, like 20 to 30% decreased blood flow to the brain, it sounds to me like, you know, I'm not a doctor or anything, but we know that if you don't get regular sleep, that you eventually you're more prone to dementia. Because what happens when you sleep? Your brain shuts down and it opens up the vessels so it can come through and clean out like the byproduct that is produced in your brain throughout the day. And so when you get a good night rest, it clears all that out. That's why when you don't sleep very well, you get the brain grog, like a foggy sort of mental state. And so if the brain, while on caffeine, is getting a little bit of extra focus, but is ultimately losing blood flow, then it sounds like it would be less, it wouldn't be clearing the brain as much as it could be. And so it's, over the long term, makes sense to me that it could contribute to dementia or brain fog if the blood flow thing is in fact true. And it's just like a recent study came out with this, and the first I heard about it was from a neurologist. And so I looked it up, and sure enough, there are studies out there. Who knows? Maybe it is Big T coming out with a study to make us buy more tea. I don't know. I question everything, guys. But honestly, I just haven't been feeling great with the caffeine lately. I haven't been feeling super great. And considering I'm pretty stressed out about the game, because we're getting closer and closer to the Steam page being live, that it's probably time to back off on the things that gives me a little anxiety, like caffeine. But I'll still drink it, just not every day, not all the time. Live your life, enjoy your life. Sounds like it silences out the voices. You think coffee is either test neutral for brain disease or positive effects? Probably just depends on your brain too. Did the studies come from the orange TikTok shop link? No, they did not actually. And today I was looking, I was reading several articles and the actual study that talked about it. Do your own research, make up your own minds. I'm just telling you what I'm doing and why it makes sense to me. You know, I watch a lot of House, so I think I know a thing or two about medicine. All right. I remember seeing this, speaking of TikTok, I saw this short of this like older Jewish woman who's like a New Yorker or something. And she was just like, I hated it when it was like, I don't know if it was the 80s or 90s or whatever. She's just like, when this wellness culture started to come out, like everyone's worried about your wellness all the time. And she's just like, I just do what I want, eat what I want, and I'm still alive. She's like this really old woman. It's like people are killing themselves trying to be well all the time. And I'm certainly caught up in it. Like I like to be super on top of my nutrition if I can. And it all came from having hypoglycemia my whole life. I have reactive hypoglycemia. So if I have too much sugar without the right balance, then my pancreas will dump a bunch of insulin into my bloodstream and my blood sugar will drop. And if I, over enough time, don't take care of it, then I will get like, you know, the light end of it is like mood swings and lightheadedness. The dark end of it is I like pass out for like 10 seconds and wake up on the floor wondering what happened. So I start going into my blood sugar just gets too low. So having that my whole life, I've had to figure out how to eat in such a way that doesn't trigger my pancreas. So it's made me kind of obsessed with nutrition and stuff, because I got super sick of feeling powerless with like my diet. Like I'd get like low blood sugar and then I'd eat like a donut and think, oh, like I'm low blood sugar, so I just got to eat sugar. And then I'd crash again, and then I'd just be like in these storm of anxiety. And it was bad. And then I eventually figured it out. And so it turned me into a little bit of a health nut. To the point where it's like I've been able to like reverse lactose intolerance, and like now I like very rarely get like sugar crashes and stuff, because I figured out how to like build up my stamina nutritionally. And so yeah, it just became a comfort to just get rid of all of those anxiety attacks and panic attacks and stuff that I would get. But it's also like annoying to most people that if you're like into nutrition and stuff, just eat what you want to eat. That's why I always say, enjoy your life, do what you want to do. Yeah, your sleep is important. I keep caffeine earlier in the day and cycle it sometimes. Lately, I've been having coffee. Like, I'll just have coffee at all days. Like, my days are just like completely skewed by caffeine, because I'm just driving towards trying to be as productive as possible and sacrificing balance. And here I am sick, and I'm like, maybe I need to like come back to the nutrition and just relax, stay off the caffeine for a little bit, and come back to a nice balance. And then see if that gives me more sustainable drive. But at the same time, it's okay to throw caution to the wind and just drink coffee if I need to drink coffee, and just enjoy myself. Whatever helps me deal with the stress. But sometimes the things that you think are helping you deal with stress are making you actually more stressed out. So that's what I think's happening with the coffee. I'm like, I think I'm just getting more stressed out. It's not helping me focus more. It's just making more anxiety arise and like making it harder to do things. Excuse me. What's up, Saber? Welcome in. The coffee literature seems to be lightly positive for brain health at 1 to 2 cups, and 5 to 6 is very bad for brain health. Yeah, see, that's what I heard, is like a little bit has like very little minimal effect, although it does start to decrease blood flow right away, but like not super significantly until you reach that 3 cup mark. So if you're having more than 3 cups, then you're starting to decrease the blood flow to your brain. If you're keeping under 3 cups, you're generally, it's like negligible. But for me, it's like I've been drinking coffee every day for like the past like 2 or 3 months, and I'm like, I just need to give my brain a break for a little while. Green tea is also better as a caffeine source. You drinking 6 cups? No, I wouldn't drink more than, I think I would probably have around 2 to 4 cups a day, I think. It's actually kind of hard to say, because I would, I don't know. I like use this little coffee maker that you just put the straight beans, the ground beans, into this like espresso shot sized looking filter, and then it like percolates the water like up through the filter, and it's all this full metal thing. And I'd have like 2 of those a day, and out of it I would pour enough like hot water that I'd get like 3 cups from one of those servings. And then I do that twice. So it may look like 6 cups, but I think it was more like 2 to 4 cups, depending on how much like coffee beans I'd put in. And I'm not exactly sure like how much it would really be considered. All right, we got ourselves a bunch of bushes. Let's add a little bit of texture to this guy. Save. Bushes are done. We're blasting through it. Let's make sure all these are connected before we do this. We got one more over here somewhere. All right. So now I'm just gonna add, ooh, that's really saturated. That's okay. And we're just gonna add some variation in there. Diabetic? I am not diabetic, no. Green tea is better as a source, caffeine source. So I heard matcha is good for you too. Because of the phthalates, I guess. Was it phthalates? Ooh, a wasp stinging your foot? Low key, that sounds horrible. No, how? Don't you have like a sock? You need to start wearing some socks, man. Yeah, I heard matcha was good because like, and this was definitely like a TikTok like sell you matcha tea. So just know that. But they were describing how like what makes matcha good is I guess the last few weeks of like a tea leaf, they cover it in shade. And when they do that, they put like a tarp over it or whatever, it exponentially produces what I think is phthalates. I can't remember if phthalate is the right term, if a phthalate is actually a good or a bad thing, but it's like some sort of like chemical that's really good for you. And then what they do is they grind up the entire leaf into a powder. So it's not like normal tea, you are steeping it and you're trying to extract from the steeped the leaf into the liquid, and then you drink the liquid. But in matcha, it's like the entire leaf is ground into a powder, and the entire powder goes into your drink. So you drink the entire leaf. So you get like that surplus of phthalates. That was definitely one from an ad. So keep that in mind. Oh, I guess it's another color. Bye, bye, bye. Definitely made me interested in picking up some matcha, but I did not. The tea that I regret not picking up, because I went to the store today, was ginger. Ginger tea is like my favorite tea of all time. It's good for when you have like an upset stomach. If you generally just want something that's like, you want like a meditative tea, it's good for that. It's just such a grounding and settling tea. Got a nice spice to it. Definitely my favorite tea. Ginger. You never wear socks to bed? It's too uncomfortable for me. I agree, because I got hair on my feet. I'm a hobbit, and so if I wear socks for too long, my feet hair start to feel smashed. And I need to set them free. So I don't blame you. You know what? We need to release this one. And then we need to come into here. And I need to create... Oops. That was right. Some brighter version of this. LAD2. What was The Last of Us? I think it's from the first one. You're saying Left 4 Dead 2? Left 4 Dead was such a good game. I remember struggling to get my friends to like keep playing that game because it was too simple, you know, like I just enjoyed it because it was just you fight a bunch of hordes of zombies and you're doing it collaboratively, co-op style, and it's really easy to just jump into the game casually and to just enjoy it, you know, like you don't have to be super knowledgeable or anything. There's just like, here's your weapons, there's the zombies, go. And I had friends that would play it once, maybe twice, and then couldn't get them to play it again. I was like, dude, lame. It's so funny, just gamers get so spoiled. There's so many good games that they just get this entitlement, and it's like a game, if a game's good, it's good forever, you know? It'll always be good. And if you just suddenly get over a game because there's no more like surprises or something, then it's just like you don't know how to like enjoy just like a game for what it is. You know, if there always has to be like the mystery box, the big reveal, the big, you know, thing you haven't experienced yet, it just means you never like just sit and enjoy something for what it is. And it's sad because that means you don't live in gratitude. You don't know how to just enjoy shit. Things have to like meet a certain criteria for you to be like happy. So you'll always be sad. It's like, nah, man. Mario Kart will always be fun. And Left 4 Dead will always be fun as well. I don't know if I've played like the absolute latest though. I'm talking about like the OG Left 4 Dead on Xbox. That was like many years ago. Not the latest. So I guess they did a new one, I think. That was like all the rage for a while. Same joy you want to have in your games? Well, yeah, of course, you know. I think the point is like, don't worry about impressing every single type of gamer. I think if you can just kind of hold a gamer for like a session, and if you can hold like every gamer type for like a session, at least one session, and they have a good time, then you've probably done a good job. But there are players out there that if like things aren't perfect, they're going to be very like, and this is probably a massive chunk of gamers, that if things aren't like perfect, if there's a bug, if there's like what they perceive as an injustice, you know, like they clicked the button or they thought they clicked the button, but like they didn't get the hit or something. And they're just like, oh, I totally hit it and it didn't happen. And it's just like, those are the type of players that everything just has to meet their like high standard of happiness and control, and they're going to be very hard to please no matter what. I think the goal is to just generally make it as fun as possible. Try to make sure, like my first philosophy of what makes a game fun is making it as doing everything you can to prevent it from being frustrating. If you can like make sure that all the menus and all the attacks and everything happens like as expected, or as you might like think people might expect, then you're gonna have, you know, reduced friction. And if you make your game not frustrating, that's the first barrier to fun. If a game is frustrating, it stops being fun. So you got to like make sure there's no frustration. That's my number one principle to fun, to what is fun. Because I hear game devs asking that question, like, I don't know if my game is going to be fun or not. And I think the game itself will just tell you. You know, like when you start play testing and you're just playing the game, you start to think about like, well, this part is boring. This part's good. This part could be better if we did this. Like, it'll just like call out to you. I think the real challenge is to try to make a game fun for you as the developer, playing it thousands and thousands of times. If you can make it fresh and interesting somehow for you permanently, then that's like miraculous. Dev, what's going on, man? Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much, man. What were you up to? Developing Stardeus, a deep space. Did I say that right? Stardeus. Deus. Help me phonetically. I would like to say it perfectly. I almost want to say Stardew. Oh, Deus Ex. I don't even know how to say that. I certainly recognize the name. I'm not sure I like the proper way to pronounce it. Let me hit you with a follow, man. I want to see what your game's about. Oh, Deus. Yo. Yeah. I may be rough around the edges. I'm a little sick with a cold right now, but I'm getting over it. I'm almost done. Almost healed up, so I sound a little coldish right now, but I can make no excuse for my inability to say the name. But Space Deus, people, check out Space Deus. Check out Dev. Spot. I can't even say your name. Spahu Spagus. Stardeus sounds awesome, man. You always pronounce it Deus Ex. I think that's how I've heard it myself. Thank you so much for the raid, man. I will do my best to take care of your crew. Guys, I am Rian Arts. I am developing a game from scratch. I'm creating all of the pixel arts and developing the code from scratch. This is the background art. And oops. Let me try to bring, oh my god. I hid all these layers incorrectly. Okay, so this is the level art that I'm working on. I'm currently trying to add detail to the forest in the background. Today we were working on the leaves and stuff. It's a tower defense game with like a deck builder element. But you are this giant tree, and that's the tower you must protect. And here, let me run the game for you guys. I will be releasing this game on Steam this year. But I don't have the Steam page live yet. But you have enemies that come from the left and the right, and you use these nodes to add weapons, defenses, and try to survive. You have these enemies coming to try to cut you down. And the weapons you can upgrade and you can heal them. You generally just try to manage them. And then when you kill enough dudes, you gain experience, which is like this X bar at the bottom. And then when it maxes out, you earn a card. And this is where the deck builder element comes in. And that's like AoEs and different powers that eventually will be expanded upon in the deck. So then you pick from the 3 that are randomly dealt to you, and then you can like do that anytime you want. Just AoE stuff. And then you're trying to like maintain your arcanas. And the thing is like right now, like the side of the tree is raw. You can only take 2 hits without any arcanas. Otherwise you're dead. They act as like your weapons, but also your armor. So you have to be making sure that they don't get destroyed. So now technically it's game over, though I haven't developed the game over screen yet. But yeah, what's up, Cooler? Welcome in. Thanks for supporting the dev raid. There's also going to be like a RPG like dialogue system, so I can be doing a little bit of storytelling. And yeah, right now I'm just trying to make that background have a lot more detail. Because currently what's in the game is not at all like the finished background. It's just work in progress. But you can see a lot of these enemies. I did all the sprites, all the pixel art, and all the programming. So yeah, that's what we got so far. No, there's no sound yet. There obviously will be. But I just haven't gotten around to... I'm still focused on the code and the art. But I will be producing the sound and the music as well. But little by little. So this is where the background is currently in terms of working on the art. So it's coming along. I got to add bark texture to a lot of these background trees, and then we got to add the remainder of like the leaves off the branches. And then probably a little bit more to the gradation in the background and the fog and stuff. But yeah, I've not revealed the name of the game yet. I will be revealing it soon when I put out the Steam app, which is... I did currently secure the Steam app, but I haven't put it through the approval process. So I still need a few more assets and a few more things put together before I can put like a trailer together and get the Steam page live. But it's on its way. Sound is for people with ears. What do you mean? Most people have ears? I like how you're confronting yourself with your own callback to your own answer back to yourself. Let's add a little bit more of this darker texture to this background, dirt, and then we'll get focused on adding the... So leave that, you can hide that. Oh, well, actually we'll keep that. And grab, what is it? Just want to add a little bit more of this darker stuff. Not too much. Just a little bit here. Not too dark too. Any Kickstart? No. I did not do a Kickstarter for this. I'm just going full tilt on my own volition. And this game is to help me with the whole create a game, finish a game. Like I'm doing a game from scratch. I'm learning C++. It's my first C++ game, but you know, as many of you know, I spent 10 years as a Flash game developer, and I made a lot of mini games and stuff. So I've developed a lot of games, but this is the first game where it's all me creating all the art and stuff. But it's mainly it's like my game dev education. Get this game out, get it completely released, so that I can learn basically everything it takes, you know? That's the plan. I'm gonna make this one a lighter color, because it's already like in the fog at that point, starting to fall behind. Getting lighter. Let's Starting to drop some detail. And let's see. Let's do some bark on some of these trees in the back. So I'm gonna go posture check. Cave, thank you for the good vibes, man. Oh. Ooh. Probably shouldn't go super late tonight. I want to make a little bit more progress, but since I am still getting over my cold, I don't want to go for too long. I don't want to go for like a super extended stream, but we will go for some time more. I'm going to try to get some bark on a couple of these trees and then probably just chill out from that point. And then probably spend the rest of the weekends. I'll be streaming again on, I stream on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, the game dev. But next few days I'll probably spend continuing work on this as well and try to get this done by next week. I think next week will be try to get all the absolute end game stuff done to get the Steam app live, because I'm done like putting that off. And once I have this background going, that'll be like enough. Because even if I change the background again in the future, it's like, I just need to get this to be like my initial representation of the game and take it from there. What's up, Daznetty? What time there? Early in the morn. You just realized I've only got 953k points to go until the impossible dream. Any day now. I need to come up with some more channel point redeems that are, permit some goofing off in stream. 10:30 in the morning for you, Das. Happy for you. Thanks, Cave. Hope you guys are having a happy new year so far. It's been already good to you, and you're not too hungover.
Come on.
From your celebrations. Daz Daddy, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Is this the same base color? No. So we'll have to come up with our own relative thing. Oh, interesting. I'm gonna go a different route actually here on this one. So we're going to use a 2. We're going to create some bark. Ads, no. 428 for you. Yeah, I always stream through the night. I mean, that's my like ideal stream slot. But on Pacific Standard Time, but I'm not like always on top of it. There's times when I start streaming during the day like a normal person. That's usually because of all that coffee drinking. Maybe if I lay off the coffee, I'll be able to like actually stick to a schedule for a while, because maybe the coffee is what's been skewing my schedule. Man, all these trees are different. We gotta work around that branch. There's some branches. I'm creating some bark texture. And this is like bark in the background, so it's starting to... We're trying to like simplify it, basically. We don't want it to be like overly detailed necessarily. Though I think like the texture I've been picking for the background bark is a little bit more, has a little more detail than what I put on the big tree actually. I've been thinking about putting a little more juice into on the bark on the tree. But I'm not sure. I might want to keep it simple just so it kind of stands out. Excuse me. You know. Sorry, Das, for being stuck in ads. Hopefully you're out of ads by now. I apologize for that. Didn't even have coffee. I'm just dead inside. I think the coffee's been like... I've been having... I don't know, probably around 26 to 28 hour days, basically. So my sleep schedule's always being pushed forward by a couple hours. Because I'm out here trying to make progress on the game. And, you know, when you work like 12 hours a day, kind of messes with your sleep schedule a little bit. But I'd inevitably have like a really productive day where I go for like 12 hours or whatever. And then the next day I'd be like 6 hours and sleeping. Like I can't, if I do like a really massive day, like I can't always be super productive the next day. So maybe it's better to just be balanced and try to do like 8 hours a day, every day. And so I'm going to maybe try that. Maybe that's my New Year's resolution right now. But it's not the New Year's that's making me want to be making resolutions. It's me being sick. When I get sick, I'm just like, I can't wait to be healthy again. I'm going to be like, really trying to get back to balance, you know? Because when I rarely get sick. I almost never get sick. So when I do, I'm like, all right, something's out of balance. So I need to get my shit together. Basically. Like I haven't been sick for like a couple years, I swear. It's been a while. So I was like shocked when I got sick. But honestly, it's not that bad. I feel like I'm on the tail end of it. It's only been like a week. What engine I'm using? I am making the game from scratch with C++ and SDL2. No game engine. So everything you see here is all programmed from scratch. I got a targeting system, animation system, got rollovers and tooltips. And the targeting system, you can see all like the little details coming in through a database for each enemy type. So that's what these little like, you got a little mini map up top here with like the little description of the enemy you have targeted. So you can see, learn little things about them, like how much life they currently have, or their armor and their attack power. And also, you know, the deck builder system, where you just got the deck coming in, and that's what I was working on this past week when I was sick. So when you like select a card, it goes down and it like organizes in the center down here in the interface. And then when you like spend one of the cards, it like consolidates them in the middle. So yeah, it's my own system. Started to code in Godot. Good for you. You're using Godot. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm not like opposed to game engines at all. I think it's awesome. I just am used to making games from scratch because my experience as a Flash developer, it's just how I've always built games. And so I just prefer to kind of do my own thing. Use Julian's editor and Godot now. Yeah, I think in a way, like being a coder from scratch is like perhaps like slightly harder to connect with other devs sometimes, because they're all pretty much everyone's like using an engine, because it's generally the wiser path, and I've got nothing against it. I think it's a pretty good way to go. But I must admit, like, the idea of owning my own engine and not ever having to like compromise and to be able to like be my own thing is a little too tantalizing that I got to do it, even though it's extra work. But I do intend to make more than just this game with what the code base that I'm making. So I'm going to make this initial game. It is catered to this game, but then I'm going to make another game right after it, a horror dungeon runner. And I'm going to use a lot of this code base towards that next game. So the more games I make with my code base, the more sense it's going to make over time. Plus, the more I am able to debug this code base, this engine, with this game being out, that means the more stable my next game will be as well. More or less, because it is like a big content change to the next game, so it will be different overall. So there's a lot of stuff that I'll probably just cut out right from the outset. But yeah, you honestly wanted to skip the engine-based stuff. Started with Unity, skipped that some years, and found Godot when it was still much less known. Well, that's awesome. I mean, Godot's certainly come into favor, so that's awesome that it's like you started using it when it was still in its infancy, and then it like once it grew favor, now people are putting money and time into it, so it's growing, evolving. You didn't know you could not use an engine. Yeah, of course. There used to be no engines at all. You don't have to create your own stuff. It makes you more independent, but I think there are some stuff that engines really make my life easier. I think that's generally the idea. Thanks for the hydrate. I think the general philosophy that supports, the logic of using an engine is don't reinvent the wheel. And it's not a bad philosophy. You know, most people, when it comes to game dev, it's all about being efficient, saving time. And when you use an engine, you're able to just plug into what it's already capable of. But I just remember what it was like to make custom solutions from things. And it gave me this sense of pride and joy. And it just makes me fascinated in what I'm doing. So for me, it's very encouraging to be building stuff from scratch instead of like falling in line with someone else's system. It just gives me a great sense of accomplishment to create something from scratch. I just like it. So it's not that it's the smarter choice. It's like it's for happiness sake. I like to do it this way. It's my joy. And so it's like, there's always like the faster, more pre-packaged, pre-made solution out there. Yes, but it's not mine. I'd rather just make my own thing, and it's mine. Even if it's gonna take a while to get it debugged and work it out. It just makes me happy. And I want to make game dev my future. You know, like I want it to be this thing that I do with hopefully the rest of my life. And I think one of the foundations has got to be, you got to do the things You got to choose the technologies and do the things that make you happy, make you passionate and intrigued and continually like focused on moving forward, because it's a lot of effing work. And I think I just spent too much time as a full stack developer, JavaScript, and I just got sick of being jerked around on frameworks, and it just made me want to just be independent again. Because before that, when I was a Flash developer, I was using a high-level language, ActionScript 3, but it was still like, you need to make a game, you have to build all like the windows, the interface, how the game actually functions, like everything you had to do yourself. And of course there was like tutorials and stuff that was out there, but it's not as much as it was today. And you really had to kind of think through and build stuff. And that's why I connected with C++, because I think C comes from an era when people just had to build stuff without having all the answers. They just said, here's the tools, make things. Like, here's your tool set. Let's see what you can do. I think nowadays you only hear about people making their own engine when they like want to develop a game that is doing something an engine can't provide. For me, I'm not trying to make a complicated engine. I just want to make 2D pixel art games. Nothing too crazy. So it's really not that big a deal. Like, I would never make a 3D game from scratch. That would be insane. But a 2D game, it's just really not that hard. I mean, it is, because it's a lot of time commitment. On that aspect, that is hard. Is that cup empty? You faking the hydrate something? No, man. There's water in there. What's up, Goose? Bro, can you dictate a game straight into machine code by flipping a light switch on and off? No, but I did see a short of a girl with a VR headset on, and she had turned on advanced voice for chat GPT, and like made a entire app, some sort of app, by just talking and prompting. She's just like, this is the future. It's like Star Trek, where you're like, computer, make me whatever, you know? And I could see that that's definitely going to be the future, where people aren't like manually making stuff anymore. And I see that dying, you know? It's a part of coding that's starting to die. Everyone's automating shit. And it's just only getting better. So in that sense, culturally, people are leaning more and more towards it, because they're just thinking faster is better. And I think it's like the same way that humanity is disconnected from nature. We're just going to disconnect from the things that we build, because we won't have built it. It'll be some sort of like pre-made, generated thing that we won't actually care about. When you build something from scratch, there's like love and time, blood, sweat, and tears that goes into it. And I think there's value to that. It's like, whoa, can you believe it? This guy was like dying and he made this game. Like, it's incredible. This guy's story. I feel like that's a lot of like success stories you hear about. It's like all these successful games. If you really get into the behind the scenes of it, there's a lot of dark stories out there in game dev. And it makes you respect the game even more. And they're not all dark. I mean, like the guy from Stardew Valley created Stardew in 5 years, like living with his girlfriend. She was kind of taking care of the bills. And then he just like developed the damn thing and regularly put out like dev logs, and then he put it out and it's just like one of the biggest games ever. And it's not even like an original game. What was like the original Stardew? It was like Harvest Moon or something. Certainly not the first farm simulator, you know? But he had like really captured people with it. Let's see. Shapeshifter. Shut up. I have one rule on my playlist, and I have over 2,000 songs on my playlist, and that is you cannot have any lyrics. There's no lyrics allowed on my playlist. Oohs and ahs are okay, but no actual lyrics. There's only one song that I allow that has lyrics, and it's like an In Excess song. Bah, 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 da, 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 da. David, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. You like Stardew Valley? I heard they had like a recent DLC or something. It seems pretty sweet. Essentially about making, let's see. But I get that with Godot a lot, this sense of accomplishments. I made myself some plugins in Godot, so it works like I wanted it to. But essentially, it is about making what makes one happy. I'm all for that, man. That's Godot definitely sounds interesting. I think it was Kuju who said he made like he used Godot and then made his own custom system out of Godot. So he made his own extension out of it or something, like used it as kind of a base. I've heard of people doing that. I think that's what Kuju said. I'm not totally sure, but I'm pretty sure that's what he did. And I can totally see how that would be like also give you a sense of accomplishment. And that just wasn't my approach at all. It was just like, I want to tackle this from the ground up, because my initial incentive was to learn the shit out of C++. And the best way to learn a language is to build something from scratch with that language. If you have to absolutely tend to all of your needs using that language, I guarantee you're going to learn a lot about that language. And I know for a fact, because for the past couple of years, I've been learning C++. I've been working on this game for the last year. And I was already learning C++ a couple years before that. So it's been 3 years on like C++, basically. More or less, I think. And so, yeah, like I've really, at this point, I feel very like comfortable with C++. When I was initially getting into it, I was super intimidated, but now I'm like, I'm all for it. I feel pretty good about it. Godot is very powerful for 2D pixel art games. Oh, I bet. Prove it. I'm not gonna prove shit. B-Man the Wise. Hello. Welcome in. Sorry I'm so behind on chat. I'm just kind of reading everything here. Just found out you need to make sitting on benches difference than sitting on stools. Harvest Moon. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I figured. Yeah, I pretty much like heard that like Harvest Moon was like the first really successful farm sim, and then there was all these like derivative ones, you know, like Animal Crossing and of course Stardew Valley, and people still love it. Even the latest, this guy recently came out with Chef RPG, which has like a very similar look to Stardew Valley, but it's like you're basically playing Stardew, but you're like running a restaurant or something. And the guy had like a pretty successful YouTube channel. And I think he's like up to like 500,000 selling Chef RPG. So I'm pretty happy for that guy. People really love the Stardew Valley look. Kind of a safe bet, it seems. Overwhelmingly positive. Dude set up for life. Yeah, for sure. You're talking about Stardew? Yeah, that guy's good. He's set to go. Use Godot to make some desktop apps for graphics stuff too. Nice. He did very well. Wait, could you make an engine in an engine? Oh, I bet you can. Haven't you seen the guy who made a computer in Minecraft? Was it Minecraft or was it Terraria? I think he made it in Minecraft. Like he just literally used Minecraft to make a computer. You can use anything to make anything these days. Conceivably, but make not a good use of time. For example, see the guy who built the computer. Oh my God, David! We like minds here. I need to get caught up in chat, so I'm not just like making an ass of myself over here. Building a computer surprisingly easy. It's funny that we both thought of the same thing. What did his computer even do though? I just remember him like creating all the like binary switches, but it's like, what did it even do? And he was like a kid too, right? Like a teenager or something. So that's going to be like, hopefully not the highlight of his life. Building a computer is surprisingly easy. I definitely recommend it along with Ben Eater's tutorials. Everyone wants a better understanding of how computers work and learn ASM. Oh. We always got some smart people up in chat. Some computer engineers. Let's get back to some bark here. Enough rambling. Yeah, I love hearing like dev stories and like just the different things they had to do to like get a game released to make it work. I'm trying to think if I can remember it. Like I see a lot of these shorts on like TikTok and stuff about it. Kind of talk about little things. Like I heard God, what was it? Sonic and Knuckles. Like Michael Jackson wrote like a bunch of music for, not a bunch, but like for a few levels. He produced some music for like Sonic and Knuckles, I think. Or was it Sonic 3? Is that one and the same thing? But they downplayed it because he was like really in the news controversially. You know, I think that's when he came out with all the kid stuff at that time. So they just distanced themselves from him. I think they like sort of like changed it around a little bit so it was less recognizable. But like the producer that worked with him, that worked with Michael, later confirmed that, yeah, like MJ wrote some of the music for Sonic the Hedgehog. I like crazy shit, like hearing crazy shit like that. Did you see the guy who made Pokemon Red Minecraft? I did not. I did not. Shulkmake, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. All about building computers, but I'm skeptical about the utility of doing so out of Minecraft redstone components. Snake, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Made one in scrap mechanic since it allows for much more flexibility. Sometimes you just got to build something. And there's just a joy in building something and just having kind of like a raw take on something that's already been done. Because if you think about it, if you're always building stuff based on pre-built systems, whether it's code or an actual computer or whatever it is, you're only going to be capable of what's available, what someone else already decided this is what you get. But if like you make your own engine, make your own code, build your own computer, basically the sky's the limit. You get to decide, how am I going to tweak this? How am I going to like make this focus towards a certain type of functionality or do a certain thing better than most computers? Instead of like just making that carbon copy bullshit, which is what's going to happen with AI. That's what we were saying earlier. People are just going to be making the same shit. And then nothing's going to be special except for those outliers who still sit and just fucking do it. I think they'll survive for a few more generations, maybe 2. After 2 generations, though, I think so many kids will be brought up on AI and like pre-generated crap that they're just not going to be able to, they won't even care anymore that there's not a real person behind anything. So when the apocalypse happens and there's only one person on Earth, they'll still be happy. So at least there's that. I'll be long dead. We will all be really dead by that time. So don't even worry. We will be so dead, no one will even remember us. But they'll still be playing our games. Be like, look at this crazy retro game that some dude made from scratch. Can you believe this insane man? The hell was he thinking? That's what I hope they say about me. That's what I hope. Be like, can you believe this guy? In the time when game engines were free and so prevalent, what was he thinking? And I'll be like, I don't care. I'm a contrarian. I like to do my way. Round, round. 'Cause I'm crazy time. I just have all these like latent skills from building Flash games for 10 years that I'm like, what do I do with these skills? I want to make stuff. I want to use the skills. I miss it. Frankly, I miss it. Frankly, I miss it. How much of these 700K reviews are kids under 14? Who cares? If you're talking about for Stardew Valley, if they're enjoying themselves, then who cares? There's a course called NAND to Tetris. Oh, interesting. Tetris? That's crazy. You could try RPG Maker or even try Godot Unity. Anything works. You can also... Let me see. What did Akuma say? I missed that. I'm so behind. I'm so behind on a chat. You see the guy who made Pokemon Red? I read that. I saw that. Y'all, is there any good monster tamer game develop softwares out there? Because my dream has always been to make a Pokemon-like game. Yeah, so AG Kuma, maybe... Well, the way that I put it is pick the thing that gets out of your way the most. So look over the engines, look at Unity, Godot, everything that chat is suggesting. Look over each one of those things and maybe try a few tutorials in each respective engine. Maybe even look into doing stuff from scratch, whatever. Maybe an engine's the best bet if it's the first thing you've ever done. And try to pick the thing that looks the most interesting to you, that kind of grabs you, makes the most sense, that you get a lot of traction with. Because you want to have the thing that gets out of your creativity, gets out of the way of your creativity. You don't want to be like hung up on technical crap when you're trying to come up with ideas for things. And so pick the thing that feels the most interesting. So if you're doing Godot, are you okay writing C# or GD script or Unity and C#? Or do you want to do C++ and Unreal Engine or RPG Maker? I don't even know what you do with RPG Maker. Like, it depends on like what you're trying to do, and find the tools that offer the solution to what you're trying to do, and then pick the one that feels like you're able to make progress with it. Brain rot apocalypse will come. Zaka, yeah, I believe that'll come. By the time I'm like a senior citizen, brain rot will have peaked for sure, if it hasn't already. VTuber apocalypse is already here. Warlock is on to us. He knows. They all know. They LLM everything. I care because game is mindless schlop. Do you know any programming, whether you use engine or not? You found a really good and easy program, but it cost 80. Really? Yeah, I mean, like, Godot's free, right? Isn't Unity free as well? Everything's basically free. They just, if you actually release a game, like with Unreal and Unity, I think they take a share. But Godot, I don't think they take anything. And it's free. Unless, I think RPG Maker, wouldn't you have to pay up front for that? I have no idea. I'm just doing everything from scratch. Like SDL2 is free and open license, and then I use C++, which is, you can do whatever you want with it. And everything all your operating systems are developed in C++, so I like it. It's not going anywhere for a while. No, you can contribute to Godot if you want. You have no idea about coding? Maybe like Unity or Godot is a way to go. Because don't they have like a, what's that like pattern system that they have that you can use to kind of code stuff without actually coding? I don't know what they call that thing, but there's like some sort of like, it looks like a flowchart thing I think they use to like basically code stuff for people that don't exactly code. Godot is free and open source. Unity has a free license. Unreal takes a percentage. Okay. Which is sad because I'm learning C++ and Unreal is like the one engine that I'd probably want to jump into. But like, just so that I could stick with C++. But I would probably end up leaning towards doing Godot if I got it, if I went with an engine, just because of like the freedom, you know? Oh, blueprints. Okay, yeah. That's what I was thinking of. Yeah, the visual programming. Well, that's an option. So if you want to use the blueprints thing, but the thing is like Unreal, I'm sure is more of a sophisticated engine. So that might be asking a little much for Akuma. SMFL. That's, yeah, I mean, I've heard that like SMFL is like an easier SDL essentially. It's pretty good documentation, but I've also heard that it's can't go as far as SDL. Like there, in some respects it can be slower. And also Akuma is trying to create a game without much programming. So I don't know if like going into just a straight up, you know, SFML. Keep getting that wrong. SFML. Yeah, I'm like SMFL. I'm like, that's wrong, right? SFML might be too much to bite off right away. Godot is made in C++. So could you totally code with C++ and Godot? I know they like recommend you use GD script, right? Or C#, but could you do C++? SFML? No? They also released something similar, visual scripting. If you know a few basic container loops, relatively things, should be enough to start off. SFML C++. Oh, yes, you can. There's a system called GD Native where you can write C++ for everything. Oh, Godot do no all in C++. GD Native for all in C++ sounds kind of good. So that's what I would do probably, because I'd like to stick with C++. But I'm also interested in like checking out C# at some point. What the hell did I do here? What the hell is this? It's got a stray square. That actually sounds interesting, but I'm gonna stick with my own engine here while I'm developing this game and continue rounding out my C++ knowledge. And then perhaps I'll do like a game in an engine at some point. But the plan is to continue just making my own thing. We'll see. It also depends on how well this code base performs, you know, once the game is released. Like, am I just having like endless bugs and issues, or am I able to stabilize it and progress with it pretty decently? So that's the plan, is to keep the game itself pretty basic. You know, don't do any like crazy advanced shit with it that like would make it harder to develop it on my own. You know, like try to keep the games entertaining. Like 2D games shouldn't be too hard to bring this all together, you know? That's the plan. Let's see if I can pull it off. See if it comes together. But it might be fun to do like a game jam or something with Godot and C++, or even try C#. C++ is the king. When it comes to Unreal and C++, I heard it restricts the use of the language, so it can be pretty far from the freedoms of the advanced C++ with template metaprogramming or more complex macros. Interesting. So they kind of throttle it? That doesn't sound great. C# is very good language overall. It's not as high performance as C++, but it's much faster than Python. And it's a lot easier than C++. Ask around and you'll hear that it's a balanced language overall. Yeah, that's what intrigues me about it, is that it's like a high level C++, you know, C++ with additional classes and just things built in, where C++ you kind of have to build everything, which is what I do, you know. I mean, we're talking, I built scroll bars, my own mouse clicking system, so like when I click on buttons, I have to be able to like stop the click from propagating down into other buttons. I have to oh shit. You know, I got to worry about going into like full screen and like developing my screen to my game to work on any screen, any resolution, which is really hard with pixel art. And just all the stuff. I just had to put everything in there. And I know that if you're using like a game engine, you probably don't have to worry about like scroll bars and creating like your settings window. Like I still have to develop my like settings page, you know? And like my intro screen, like the whole, I have like a basic architecture so that I can bring in the different windows for like the intro screen, then the settings screen, and you know, the options, whatever. But I'm yet to build it. I did recently implement my localization system, and I'm using SQLite, so everything is in the database. So I got just data management via the little via that. is good. You know that one guy that was complaining, the guy that made the Spellcraft game, said he sold 18,000 copies of the game over a couple years, didn't make enough money, so he's considering of like leaving game dev. But like one of the things he's like, here's some of the mistakes that I made and some of the things I wish I would have done differently. He was the one that finally convinced me that I'm not going to do Mac release because it's only 1% people buy games on Macs anyways, but it's like 80% of your bug work, which means it's high risk for bad reviews for such a small percentage of buyers. And it just seems like it would just fuck everything up unless you have it down solid. And it's just not worth it for me initially. So I'm going to not do that. But the other thing he talked about was that localization didn't really work out for him. He localized the game and he talked about how he didn't have like very good translations. He didn't make a lot of sales internationally. But then I hear stuff like from Pirate Software, how like one of his best demographic is like Brazil. He just figured out how to price the game to sell in Brazil because he realized that in Brazil they're economically depressed, so you can't charge the same for the game that you would in America that you would in Brazil. So the Brazilian game is like, instead of like $10 in America, it's like $4 in Brazil, you know, by the Brazil currency. And then once he did that, he's like one of his best demographics is from Brazil. They love it there. They're for sure, just if the game's affordable, they will buy it. But if it's not, then they'll pirate the shit out of it. So that might have been part of his problem. I don't know. I don't know this guy's story. Was he marketing successfully? Come on. Was he pricing successfully? It's hard to know. I still think localization is worth it. Like if you're going to make any sauce as a game dev, you got to be trying to sell the game to the world. That's just the way. You got to open it up. Gem, thank you for the follow. Gemini Twitch. Is this been tempted to make my game completely dialogue free just to make it possible to translate it to all languages? That's not a bad approach. Apple use Metal? Huh? Big difference between C# and C++ is that C# is garbage collected. Yeah, interesting. That was like a huge adjustment going into C++ is actually memory management. And there are smart pointers in C++, so it isn't all completely manual. In fact, I get yelled at all the time that I like reset my smart pointers, to be fair. Opportunities for super high performance, like on Wall Street or inside a AAA game engine, but garbage collected automatically memory management is considered much more productive because there's less to worry about. That's fair, but it's not that big a deal. Spellcraft meaning Patrick Wyatt? Yes, David, that's what I was talking about. It seems like he's probably just said that to like get attention, you know, because it seems like he's doing okay. And I hope he does well, you know, like I hope his sales pick up. Unknown Paragon. You want to get your opinion on gray area on the gaming industry? Basically, you wanted to revive an abandoned game by reverse engineering it into a playable state for people to play. Any thoughts? I think reverse engineering stuff is a great way to learn things. And just be careful that you're not like trying to directly take someone's intellectual property and get your ass sued. You know, like if you reverse engineer Mario Kart, you're probably going to get your ass taken to court. So think carefully about what you're doing in terms of all that and your liability. But I'll tell you what, one of my favorite games of all time is a game called Warhawk. And was it Warhawk 3? No, it's just Warhawk. It's just Warhawk. I'm sorry. Warhawk 3? What that was, I think. This game called Warhawk for PS3. That's why I thought there was a 3. It was on PS3. Warhawk was awesome. and the servers closed down. They just shut them down. And it's a purely multiplayer game. Amazing game, one of my favorite games of all time. And the community found a way to run like LAN connections like over a server so that people kept playing it. And there's still a community out there still playing Warhawk 3. Warhawk. Just Warhawk. And I think it's awesome. Sometimes just like putting a server together to keep a game alive is awesome. And I was there when the game got shut down. We were playing games like 24/7, just kept it going, and then it was gone. And it's just so sad when you like a game you love just gets shut down. So I don't blame you for wanting to revive something. I say if you're passionate about it and there's a big community for it, then maybe you should go for it. Maybe just try to run the game as it was. But tread lightly. Be careful. Don't get yourself in trouble. Apple competitor OpenGL Vulkan. They killed Spellcraft completely, which I think may have been premature. Maybe they just didn't, you know, invest enough into marketing. I don't know. They killed. So wait, are you saying that because they used OpenGL Vulkan, that was what did that like cause like a lot of production issues for them? Because then like Apple used Metal. Who killed Spellcraft? Tell me the story about Spellcraft. I'd like to learn more, David. Like what went on? Because I'm curious why this guy's like says he didn't make enough money and like he's just thrown in the towel. I'm always mixing topics. It's just never gonna not happen because like when I say something, by the time I'm done talking about it, you guys have responded to something I'd said already in the past, and then I start responding to that thing that you said in the past. So we're always gonna be like jumping through the multiverse together, okay? I'm sorry about it. I'm kind of a rambler. But yeah, let's talk about yeah, you're right. The Apple thing is a separate thing. Please tell me the story about Spellcraft. I'm curious. If you know, why did they kill it prematurely? Patrick Wyatt killed Spellcraft because their alpha testing wasn't as successful as they hoped it would be. Oh, okay. Was saying Apple stopped using OpenGL and Vulkan to push Metal. Oh, okay, I see. Basically, Patrick wanted to create a home run with Spellcraft. Was that his first game? I mean, maybe he just needed to like make money and survive off of it right away. But I mean, my plan with my games, I'm going to just be putting out games and trying to figure out how to get better at marketing, try to like learn to work with a community around my game to make it better, make it more fun, and then just keep making games. I think, what is it like? What's the stat? Is it like 75% of developers on Steam only ever make one game? I don't know his story. I don't know his backstory, but my plan is to make at least 2 or more games. Because I think the process of making a game just to complete a game and then to make another game to try to like iterate and improve on the process and keep going, like you need to give yourself a chance to succeed by learning and growing. And it's a huge investment in terms of time and losing money in the process. And it's like, I'm doing it because I would like to create my reality of living as a game dev. I'd like to spend the rest of my life making games, and I know that I can't do that unless I figure something out, but I don't expect that I'm going to get it right away. In fact, I expect that I won't. But I think I'm going to try my hardest anyways so that I can learn the hell out of it and not it's what's going to make this game a success to me is if it's completed, if it has at least some small version of a community, and I'm able to make it better through the process of producing it and like connecting with the community, like and learning from that whole thing. And I think you gotta stay in the game. But perhaps he spent too much time on it. I don't know. It's interesting. He's a legend of the industry. He's the guy who built Warcraft, Warcraft 2, StarCraft, Guild of Wars, and War. Oh, interesting. Okay. You have no illusions that my first game is going to blow up in any way. You're gunning for C++ level experience. That's the way to do it, man. He left games for a few years and went corporate for a while, then got the itch to come back into game dev. 70% sounds right. So, yeah, like 70% of game devs are, they only make one game and then they like move on, 75%. And so they never get to learn by like putting that game out and then trying to grow from that. So he raised a few million in investor money, built a team, and decided to make a game, which was a fusion of different genres, Spellcraft. That's crazy. He spent a few million on it? That's amazing. And he didn't do great with it. Wow. That's, that sucks. He used his knowledge of multiplayer game development in order to build a sophisticated server system, then hired a team of 3D artists to build pretty visuals in Unity. He's obsessed with making many small iterations of the game. If you look at the development of Guild Wars, they were shipping dozens of builds per day as early as 2005. Foxboss, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. So he decided to build one more game, the Spellcraft Studio, based around the idea of constant iteration in order to arrive at a winning design. I mean, it's how it is done, but it doesn't necessarily mean every idea is going to win out, you know? Like, you can iterate to death on, like, a game about pushing a rock down the street with your finger, but in the end, maybe it's the most polished, most beautiful game about pushing a rock down the street. But if it sucks, if it's not fun, then it's like, doesn't matter how much you iterate, man. Oh, sorry, David, if you want to post a link, you got to let me know and I can give you a permit to post a link. But don't worry, it's a rite of passage to try to post a link in here and get auto-modded, so you should feel honored. You love to see mobile community is big for market. I think the mobile community is like the smaller, it's like the younger generations, the iPad generation. I would love to see the compared success rate of games released, first games compared to second and so forth. It's not always going to be cut and dry. Isn't the guy who released Balatro, that was his first game? So some people, they're able to go the limit right away. They know they got something, or they just get lucky somehow. Maybe they didn't know they had something, but they get lucky and it comes together. I think it's important to not be like expecting that and to plan for the worst and just to go with like, make it so that even if you fail, you succeed. You know, like you pick up a valuable skill, or you're like, you're learning valuable information as you go. Stuff like that. And you have to really make the most of that as you go, because like there's only so much development you can give yourself. Because remember back in the day when artists would get signed, they would get like development deals. Back in the day, a musician would get signed to a record label and they would be like assigned a producer, and the producer would come in and be like, you guys are pretty good, but if we just tweak this, we do that, you know, make that a minor chord. And, you know, you like dye your hair blonde. They would do all these things to like make them go professional. And they would help develop their talent and refine it into something awesome. And I think as a game dev, you have to give yourself that development, that personal development as a creator. And that's the only way to really get good is you have to actually put everything together. You try to post a link to their farewell message. They old yellered Spellcraft because players weren't retaining as long as they were hoping. They decided deliberately to make a new game which more easily conforms to genre boundaries, called Swap Beats, and it looks much less innovative than Spellcraft to my eyes. That's interesting. So he's hanging in then. He's hanging in the game. Like he's trying to do game dev still. You're a teacher and kids are largely either iPad or whatever console they have in terms of game access. Yeah, he's still making games. Okay, well, I'm glad to hear that. The fact that he prematurely... Okay, I understand, though, why... It makes sense to me now. It just clicked in my head. Because Spellcraft is a multiplayer game. He made a multiplayer game. You know, multiplayer games, you have to, like, run servers. It's like a burn rate. That means every single month you're running these servers, you're paying money. And then like you have to also make sure that there's enough people in the lobbies to like run have enough players to like run it and make it make sense. So that's like, you know, I don't know, that's tough. You look at Marvel Rivals, they have like 250,000 people playing the game, and so there's enough people in the lobbies. But like if you have like, most people do like free to play for shit like that to try to make games just to have full lobbies. And then free to play is like such a hard way to like make money. I'm not going to be doing multiplayer games. For me, it's like solo games, solo campaigns, and just trying to have interesting art, tell a good story. Game is fun in itself. And when you buy the game, you're just buying it outright. You get a full, complete game, and that's just it. No hijinks. He's arguably the most influential figure in multiplayer in game development ever. It's between him and John Carmack. Oh, really? That's really interesting. Well, you know what? John Carmack talks about how he made like 100 games before he became successful. So, Onward ads. Probably should pause the conversation. At least from my end here. Don't want the non-addivators to miss out on all of the incredible insight that I have. But yeah, weren't we talking about John Carmack? He made his first game was, man, I like sat and was trying to remember it forever last time. Commander. Oh shit. God damn it. Why can't I ever remember the name of this game? Commander Keen. Commander Keen. Commander Keen was like the first successful game for John Carmack, I think. Before he even made like, you know, Doom and Wolfenstein, all that stuff. I know a lot more about John Carmack than this other guy, Patrick. What about two-player split screen? What's up, Loselli? Split screen. It's an interesting approach to multiplayer. Like, I remember playing GoldenEye 007 on N64 with like the 4-way split screen. Commander Keen, yes. Not for him, but for his studio ID Software. Oh, wait. So John Carmack didn't work on that directly. ID Soft, I think. Okay. There's a great book called Masters of Doom, which details the early careers of both Carmack and Romero. Carmack had several games before ID and Key. Yeah, that's what I heard, is that Carmack made like 100, literally like 99 games or something before he became successful. And the moral of the story is that you should make a shit ton of games. You shouldn't be just thinking, oh, I'm going to make one game and it's going to go big. But the Spellcraft guy is an exception, because the guy's obviously like already had success. And so he was kind of banking on that. Obviously able to raise like millions of dollars. So he had a lot of people believing in him. But I'll tell you what, like, I've been in a lot of bands as a guitar player, as a singer-songwriter. And one of the things, especially like my early bands, that I never really did was hold to a genre. I never said like I'm fully this genre. Like, I didn't say like I'm like a grunge rock band, or I'm in I was always just kind of like some weird hybrid of like rock and folk and metal and all this different shit. And so like it never was like I never fit in any one genre with anything that I ever did. And because I never chased a genre, I felt like that always made it hard for me to market shit. Because like, where do you market it? Because usually when you market something, you get to, like, as a band, you would gather with other bands that are the same genre, and that's like makes up the show of like, a punk rock show or a rock show or whatever. That's how you attract a fan base for that particular genre. And I can totally see if Spellcraft is some weird genre hybrid, that could be like problematic. And that's probably what's going to happen to this game, because this is going to be a bit of a hybrid game too. Because it's going to be like a tower defense meets like a deck builder, which is like a weird hybrid. So yeah. But it's not about having the groundbreaking game right here. It's about trying to make this game as cool as possible. And finish the damn thing. And learn something about marketing in the process. Learn something about C++ in the process. Learn something about myself in the process. As a developer, as a pixel artist and game designer. And then my next game idea is going to be a procedurally generated dungeon crawler game, horror game. And that's going to be more centered around trying to create something that's more action based and creating something that's more marketable on the outset. Because horror in general is like a hot marketable item generally. Like even rough looking horror games can generally find footing. So this first game is like, finish a game, get it done. Second game, make it marketable. Third game, hopefully make a third game. Just make any third game, whatever that is, just do it. Das Natty, thank you for hanging out, man. Appreciate the follow and you hanging out. If you want a flavor for Patrick Wyatt's genius, there's an excellent YouTube interview on him, Handmade Con. Genre straddling can be tough for sure. Yeah. All knowledge is self-knowledge. All the knowledge that matters. Perhaps genre combos are now more acceptable and enjoyable than before, I think. Yeah, I could see that. But Spellcraft would beg to differ. in the end, it's all about like what the money states about what people overall are into. But if like retro streamers are an indicator of anything, it's that games, even from long, many moons ago, can still find an audience. So maybe you're not the hottest thing today, but maybe your game will pick up over time. It's like Slay the Spire. When they came out, they had a shitty release. Their initial release was garbage. They had a ton of like, their player feedback loop was really good, and they made their game solid. But when they released, their marketing wasn't so great. And so they kind of had like a mediocre, not so good release. And then they started figuring out how to slowly market it. And now Slay the Spire is like a multi-million-dollar game. So they went from like kind of a shit, like a really bad like initial release to like being a extremely successful game. Sometimes maybe you just need to figure out how to market the thing and get it out there. But perhaps you need to also pay attention to like play testing and feedback, because perhaps trying to invest in marketing into something that's just not testing well, then yeah, maybe you should back the hell off and do something that's going to sell. Yeah. So your next game is going to be something like Darkest Dungeons or The Consuming Shadow. Darkest Dungeon, I think I know about. That's like a 2D one, right? Mine's going to be like an isometric, kind of like Hades or Wizard of Legend, where you kind of run around a procedurally generated dungeon is the idea. Nothing too crazy. It needs to be something that's like, it'll take like maybe like 50 rooms or something, probably less, and it just like shuffles those rooms around, and then there's going to be like boss fights, and the idea is to have some sort of compelling horror story to go with it, and it'll be pixel art, but yeah, that's the plan. Darkest Dungeon I think is more isn't that kind of more turn-based? I think Darkest Dungeon, I'm not sure if I know if I'm remembering the right game. Excuse me. But I cannot confirm nor deny, because I'm not familiar with those games enough. You agree, which is why I underwhelmed at the decision to ditch Spellcraft or swap meat. That's it's interesting. Maybe he hasn't totally, but you already said that like they had a farewell, so I guess maybe they did. But Among Us is another example of a game that got popular way after release. I heard that, yeah, like they had, I didn't really hear much about that game. Just that they really figured out how to market it eventually, I guess. I forget. I remember hearing some things about like a talk about Among Us a little bit, but I forget it honestly, so I won't say anything. Darkest Dungeon is technically turn-based. Yeah, that's what I thought. It isn't that like super 2D and it's digital art. Turn-based, but they obfuscate that a little bit during party movement. All right, let me look up a clip of this. Darkest Dungeon. Darkest Dungeon. I'm pretty sure it's the game I'm thinking. Yep. Yeah, it's not going to be like Darkest Dungeon. It's going to be more like Wizard of Legend or Hades, but with like Wizard of Legend's like all pixel art. It's going to be more like that pixel art style. It's like Hades but pixel art. Kind of like Hades. More built. I think I'm more like the procedurally generated dungeon. Like if you think like Crypt of the Necrodancer, where like once you find the door to get out of the level, you can like leave, except you can't unlock the door till you fight the boss. Or maybe you enter the door to go to the boss room, or the boss might be on the actual in the dungeon as well, potentially like Wizard of Legend. Again, I have not really workshopped this game too much, but it's going to be some sort of procedurally generated dungeon situation with hopefully some compelling like story elements that it's but it's like in a dungeon form, you know, so it kind of like goes along with it while you're essentially just running the gauntlet over and over again while earning stuff and that whole thing. Because I want a game that has like some like fun dashing, some attacks, like just nice action, and then have the ability to kind of tell a more elaborate story. That's why this game I have like a dialogue system. I'm gonna just practice telling a story. This is a weird like overdevelopment, I would say, of a tower defense game, because there's gonna be like the deck building stuff and then the dialogue system with like slightly, you know, we're just kind of like telling a story via dialogue system, maybe some like minimal cutscene type stuff, like built-in cut, like RPG, like Final Fantasy Tactics type cutscenes where you're just seeing little sprites in the level kind of walk around and talk, and you know. It's just all to kind of like wet my whistle, get my feet wet with the whole idea of how I want to be as a storyteller in the pixel art genre here. And I'm just trying to develop a sense of that before I attempt a horror game. Because that's when it's like really important to kind of lock stuff down. And that's just my general plan, but I'm not really thinking about the horror game. I've only kind of vaguely thought about it. My giant focus right now is just, it's all this game. This is the game. Learn from this game. It's important that I have like complete focus and passion poured into this game. Because I got to make it the most important thing until it's out. And then I'll put that love into the horror game later. So for now, it's like I really don't have any solid ideas at all. Intentionally, I'm just trying to like avoid thinking about it and just focusing on giving all the juice to this game. David, thank you for hanging out, man. Thank you for the good luck as well. I'll take it. Hope to see you around. I stream on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, usually through the night. So I hope to see you again, man. It's been very interesting. I like hearing about other people's insight about what's going on in the game culture and all that. So I appreciate you, man. See you later. Be well, rest well. Don't be like me, staying up at all hours of the night. Get rest like a normal person. I generally like to work at night. And into the morning, because it's just quiet. And I get like a lot of work done, just really being focused. And but when I get tired, like I am now, I start to just focus on chat too much and ramble. And I'm not quite as productive. So I feel like perhaps I am starting to circle the drain. So let's try to finish a few more of these trees, perhaps. At least getting the initial bark in. I didn't put any of the shading on these, just kind of the initial highlight bark. And since they are background trees, I'm not trying to put too much detail. I'm trying to like I'm starting to pull back on the detail. Because it's falling away in the fog, and so like it's just more texture and energy. Doesn't have to be like hyper detailed. So I'm getting kind of loose with it. But hopefully by next stream on Monday, I'll be done with the background and we'll be back to working on the deck builder system. or something else. It's probably the deck builder, because I need to do the AoE programming. Get the AoE. Basically, you can drop an AoE card and it does like an animation. And the goal is just to have one of the cards working. And that'll probably be Raging Roots. So it'll be just like roots kind of like animating, like poking through the ground. And then all of the enemies taking damage, being thrown. And I may be revisiting the card animation that, like, when you play the card, it like burns away right now as like a green fire that burns it away. I might either try to do like a masking effect for that so that it kind of like decays away a little bit, dissolves away, or I may just use the fire but like refine it a little bit and change it to the color of that card, or some amalgamation of both ideas. I don't know. I haven't really iterated or thought too much about that yet, because I'm just too busy trying to push what I can forward. Just trying to move it on forward. But you can kind of see how like time consuming just the background art can be. It's kind of nuts. But I am happy with how this is turning out, so far it feels worth. Hopefully it pays off. And then I gotta create this summer level, which is the lava level. That was like, I started that on stream, and that's not even in its first iteration, you know? This spring level that I'm working on now, it's like, I don't know. I swear I've iterated on it like 50 times. But to be fair, it was like the initial design of the game. So it took, there was a lot of revamping and experimenting. I think doing the lava level is just going with what we do, you know, what's already established, and just putting lava on it. So there won't be any like massive rework. But some of the lore for this game, the forest itself is an enchanted ancient forest, lots of old magic. So it has the capacity and does shapeshift. So basically the lava level, it appears as like a volcanic, like space, like floating in space, weird like ethereal level. And it's meant to just scare away enemies. But of course they're not scared. They come and attack. And so it's really my, like, I have like some spicy lore to help me just throw out the rule book and just make whatever sort of level I want to just hopefully get really creative with it. It's been a really fun stream. It's always nice to like reconnect with everyone after being away for a little while. I've been getting kind of restless, being sick with a cold, so it's been a good day. But I do think I'll probably start wrapping up in a few minutes here. Just to take it easy, just so I can keep healing and not push it too much. Don't want to get yourself stuck in a sick limbo, you know? I want to heal up and just do what we can to remain as productive as possible, which involves resting so we don't get like waylaid by sickness. Likewise, I do my game dev stream stuff early morning just because that's the time slot that is free for me. Well, you gotta do what you gotta do. It's been like 40 degrees here in Australia, so I envy your cold. Yeah, that's the interesting thing, right? Like you guys out in Australia, you have your summer when everyone else is having their winter. I'm having like a big cold front right now. Like there's like this whole thing. They're like saying this huge cold front's like, it's actually going to come down from Canada and then like move. It's even going to like move into like Texas and like the South. So it might even like snow there or something, I heard. Like it's going to get kind of crazy. I think just everyone in America is about to get really cold. Winter is coming. And we will all be watching Game of Thrones with our tea and our coffees and our hot chocolates. We will be enjoying our lives. Ooh, okay, so what did we do today? We got a bunch of... started the bark on a lot of these trees. We got all these leaves done on these trees. So all that green leaves on these trees in the foreground. And let's see. Where's the waterfall? Do we get that background layer? So yeah. This is what we have done today. It's starting to come together. We just need a lot of the detail in the background here still. You'll see these other trees in the background will look more like these foreground trees eventually. So that'll come together on these background trees. And we got to do like the leaves off of these hanging branches. So there's going to be a lot more like leaves between these trees. And I'm noticing here there's like a bit of a vacant spot, so I might have to add a branch there or something. But aside from that, once these all have like leaves on them in detail, there'll be more of a feeling of more distance. Because right now, a lot of these leaves, like these ones right here, are too basic. It's a very simple sketch. I'll eventually have more mass, more, at least kind of a scattered detail like these foreground ones. So that way it feels very foresty and have like a nice texture to it. And then I'll probably be messing with some of the background fog lighting a little bit more, but I'm just waiting to get like all of the leaf and bark detail in first, and then I'll start messing with that to help refine it. But I'll probably be doing that over the weekends, and I'm imagining next stream we won't be doing background art anymore. But I think I am going to probably start looking for someone to raid, and I'm going to go eat a snack, and I'm going to watch a TV and just chill out and heal up, get nice and warm and cozy. What's up, Riz? Welcome in, man. Will it be a Parallax BG? It will indeed. It will indeed. I already have it built in a basic way. The parallaxing is really subtle right now. It is parallaxing in the background. You can't really notice it too much. And I might increase it, I might not. I kind of recently dialed it down a little bit, but we'll see. I may increase it because it's not a huge camera shift. So we'll see. But yeah, there's like 5 layers that I am parallaxing currently. And then I need to get the animations back on the the waterfall. But this is the old, this is like the unfinished background. There's like literally zero. Oh, it's got the sunrise though. Do I have that in the file? I'm thinking I need to add those sunrays back in. Do it. Boom. Need to get these sunrays in. I like the sunrays. That's a vibe. So I'll bring those in. So still got to do like all these little things to kind of like bring it together. I also still need to add shading to some of these leaves as well. Just lots to do. Lots of little things to do. Making backgrounds is intense. There's just so much to do. But it is worth it. Making a piece of art here. Trying to make it look pretty good. All right, so yeah, let me look for someone to raid and see what's up. Out here in the world. Try to peep on some game devs, see who's getting up to no good. But I will be back on Monday to continue on. Probably be doing more coding, maybe a little art. We'll see. But most likely we won't be working on the background. But if I still need to get some work done on the background, we will. Because I need to push it out the door. So we gotta do it, you know? Let me see. Well, this guy's he's not doing pixel art. It looks like he's doing a pizza shop simulator, and so it looks all 3D and stuff. So let's go check this guy out. It looks like he may be using some of the... Oh shit, we're in ads. So I'll wait till we're done with ads. But it looks like he may be doing some of that blueprint style programming, maybe. I don't know too much about it. And since he's doing 3D, I imagine he's probably using Unreal. I'm not sure. But we'll have to see. But I will say goodbye to YouTube. Thank you for watching on YouTube. And I hope that you guys have a good weekend. And I'll be back on Monday to be back at it again. And yeah. I don't know exactly when to stop the YouTube. I'm going to let it like linger for a little bit. Because I'm always afraid that like if I click stop too soon, that it won't send my goodbye. Because of the way that it works. So I'm going to make sure it sits for a second. But yeah. I guess I'll see you guys again on Monday. And have yourself a good... I'm just saying goodbye to the YouTubes. So I'm going to stop.